itself for Barbados. And we have been doing quite a bit of work with the Ministry of Agriculture, as we are all aware, in terms of being able to build out a level of food security, not just for Barbados, but for the region. But it will require not just an agricultural approach, but the business approach with respect to the establishment and the maintenance of the relevant standards that are required to be able to access the market. So my question, Minister, and to your team, is are you satisfied that, one, we are seeing within the private sector, that attention to detail for the maintenance of standards, and then from the government side, what are we doing to assure that once we put the financing in place, the structures in place, that the standards that we know that Barbados can achieve, are you satisfied that all is being done from our side on the one hand and from the private sector side on the other? That's my first question.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you for the question from the Honorable Member Minister in the Ministry of Finance. It's actually a critical question, and I want to frame the discussion on standards, and then I'm going to ask Minister Husbands, as well as the Director of the Barbados National Standards Institution, Mr. Hayden Rind, to give an elaboration on the work being done in that entity which falls under the ministry. But first, let me start by saying, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, that the environment within which Barbados finds itself is a pressured one where Barbados has to not necessarily just develop business facilitation and business expansion for the purpose of national goals and national targets, but it has to be something that is done globally and in our trading markets. And so what that means, Mr. Chairman, is that all of the products, goods, and services that Barbados develops are fit for purpose, and that they are able to penetrate each market that is determined, and we're able to use the market access that has been agreed to within our respective trade agreements to get Barbadian products and services into those markets. Now, what does that mean, Mr. President? Under the ministry, I think one of the beautiful things of having a Minister of State who straddles both the ministry with responsibility for foreign trade as well as this ministry is that there has to be a seamless transition between what is being done at the business level in terms of our small and micro-sized enterprises and how that then creates a pipeline for our expansion into export markets. And that's really where this hybrid comes about, and it is critical to Barbados being able to develop that. If you would recall, Mr. Chairman, in 2016, I believe that there was a study which was done by Salisis which spoke about the size of the Barbados market, and close to 90% of Barbados's business sector was comprised of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, which means that the sheer scale of export potential rests in the small business sector. And it is our commitment and our responsibility to ensuring that whether we are dealing with issues relating to training and capacity building, standards, including those which are voluntary as well as those which are mandatory standards for the local market for the purpose of being able to access export markets, is critical to the work that is being done in this ministry. Now, what that does is it has a run-on effect on economic development, because if we're able to expand the size of our business sector and we're able to scale up, you would have heard our fund access speaking about what we are going to be doing in terms of our broad push to scale up Barbados. We now have to be able to invest resources from the ministry into moving micro enterprises into small enterprises into medium-sized enterprises, and medium-sized enterprises into large, and all of them into export markets, of exporting at the highest level. Barbados being world-class must mean something, and it must be standards-based, and that's where the work of the National Standards Institution comes into play. Once we're able to accomplish all of those things, and that will be the work of this ministry in this upcoming financial year as we work through Scale Up Barbados, we will then be in a position to earn additional foreign exchange for the country, expand the scope and scale of businesses, create more employment opportunities for our people, but also diversify the range of products and services that Barbados not just currently produces, but that Barbados becomes known for the world over. And I'm going to hand over from here to Minister Husbands and then on to Mr. Hayden Rind.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I heartily support what you've said in relation to the importance of standards. It is something that is fairly hidden from the average person in the public. Even some people in business don't focus on standards. And therefore, it's important that we take this opportunity to be able to share with the Chamber, as well as all Barbados, what's the importance. And it is simple. If you can produce a product consistently at a high standard, you will get repeat business. It is as simple as that. And therefore, the economic growth, the expansion of our GDP, really depends on our ability to inculcate quality standards in everything that we do as Barbadians. What that does, as was shared earlier, ensures that we are able to build out our trade, our international trade, and to actually penetrate markets. Right now, the markets that are difficult for us to penetrate would be ones like the EU and the UK, because we may not have the standards that they require in relation to the products which we want to offer. One of the things that will come up during this term, during this year, the trend is towards making sure that you are producing your goods in a sustainable way and in a climate-friendly way. More and more countries are going to be insisting that how you do your business is going to determine whether you can enter their markets or whether you have to pay higher duties. And therefore, it is absolutely crucial and urgent that the work of the BNSI is able to take off and penetrate right through our entire economic system. And I will be asking Mr. Ryan, who heads the department, to be able to share on that. What is the importance of that? It is also important to safeguard the consumer. And for example, Barbados has embarked on an energy program. It is new to all of us. People are looking for different places to purchase the equipment that they need in order to take advantage of renewable energy. But what are the standards for those items? If we don't make sure that the persons importing import those photovoltaic cells that meet the standards, the batteries that meet the standards, we would have encouraged Barbadians to invest in something that will then become useless in 5 to 10 years. So the protection of the ordinary citizen is a very critical part of our standards program. And in relation to health, this also is another area where the unit will be working to ensure that we are able to safeguard health by the standards that we insist on for the production of food, etc. And therefore, there are a number of things that they have been doing, and I will ask the head of the division, Mr. Hayden Ryan, to speak about the laboratory upgrades that they have engaged in, the restructuring process they've gone through, what they've done in terms of energy efficiency standards and labeling, and to re-emphasize what kind of growth an economy can get by ensuring that standards permeate every aspect of their economic life. Mr. Rind.
Thank you, Minister and Ministers. Hayden Rind, Acting Director of the Barbados National Standards Institution. As the ministers would have alluded, BNSI, we do play a very integral role in stimulating the economic growth of our country. We're central for developing what we call the country's national quality infrastructure. Oftentimes when this is heard, we think of roads and buildings, but it goes further than that. It really refers to all of the policies, all of the systems, all of the processes that we have as a country to deliver high quality goods and high quality services. And of course, this is essential to us if we are to be successful in protecting our consumers and to have a competitive business framework globally. Now, studies indicate that if we have a well-defined quality infrastructure, we can increase our GDP. So we can have growth of our GDP by $1 billion US. The last time I had the opportunity to speak in this chamber, we were in the process of developing what we call a national quality policy. And this was to bring quality and international standards to the discussion table for all business sectors, every segment of our society. And I'm pleased to say, sir, that we have successfully developed such a policy, and it's the first of its kind for Barbados. And now we have the advantage of having a Minister of State and our minister responsible for business at the helm of really implementing the national quality policy. We're now in a better position to address the non-communicable diseases, sir, and childhood obesity, which continue to be priorities for us with respect to health, with respect to economic cost issues associated with treatment. And this approach is going to be done through simple warning labels. So very simple labels, which even a child could know if a product is, say, high in salt or high in fat, high in sugar, and be able to make that choice to choose healthy food. And that's a program that we will roll out in this coming financial year. Additionally, we now have a national program to protect consumers by identifying and correcting any labeling inconsistencies. And this would be in the weight of prepackaged foods. Of course, making sure that we're getting simply what we are paying for. So consumers can be assured that when they're spending their money, that they're getting what they're paying for. BNSI, over the last financial period, sir, we have trained 164 entities, trained in delivering international quality standards, bringing them to a stage where they're recognized globally, and then increasing their opportunities and their earning potential. 164 entities we've successfully trained. Where the next step, sir, is the implementation of certification and recognized certification globally for many of these entities. So there are many more standards-related initiatives being implemented by the BNSI, and yes, our budget has increased by $151,000 from the previous financial year. But I know you would agree, sir, that saving the lives and improving the health of our children and the vulnerable in our society, saving Barbadian consumers millions of dollars through accurate weights, and then growing our businesses to be competitive and export more. We're going to lend full support to the Scale Up program, where our businesses can then be recognized globally as international players. And again, this contributes to our sustainable economy. So it's more than worth it. Thank you, Minister, and the government of Barbados for the continued support to the BNSI. I rest there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rind. And I want to say to you, we wish we could have given you more, because we know how important national quality is. And just to point out to the Chamber and to the nation through you, Chair, it means, therefore, that within the ministry and across ministries, there have to be a strong collaboration in order to be able to make quality a national good. This means working with schools, it means working with enterprises, it means working with the Ministry of Industry, it means working with the Ministry of Foreign Trade. And that collaboration is important to ensure that we can safely move the country to that place of excellence. However, you would have noted that he shared about the number of enterprises they've started registering to begin to participate in that journey to quality, and the preparation of enterprises to change their business operations to be able to put what is necessary in place, whether it's at the level of equipment, whether it's the level of systems, certainly at the level of personnel, to ensure that that enterprise can deliver quality is going to be important. But the challenges that you have with small enterprises is that very often they are so thin in relation to their resources, it is difficult for them to pay attention to one more item. And this is why, within the ministry, we will be having those support services to help them make the transition, to assist them in crossing that particular threshold, and to give them the type of hand-holding support that they're going to need in order to meet quality. We're hoping that through the regional market, that quality will give us the consistency that we can begin to get more business, whether it's from Guyana, whether it's from Jamaica, whether it's from the OECS. And if we can build the trade at that level, this is how we're going to be able to expand our enterprises, because they will have more consumer demand, and this will prepare the platform for going even further abroad, whether it's the UK, the EU, Africa, Latin America. So national quality is going to be the platform on which Barbados is going to build its future. And I really want to thank the team for the work that they've already put in and the volume of work that we now have to put in to take the country safely on this journey. I thank you, Chair.
Just a quick follow-up, Chair, because whilst I posed the question, and I thank the team for the response, I did pose a question as it relates to the production of physical goods, and I apologize for that. But government as a consumer of services, certainly in the last few years, we have seen some variance with respect to the delivery and standards that we would expect from not just domestic suppliers, but also external suppliers. Now, to what extent, and I think obviously the minister, given her history in terms of BCSI, what can you indicate to this chamber, given the conversation about the service level agreements that not just government but citizens can expect, given that a significant part of the economy is geared towards the provision of services, and therefore what, by way of standards, can the ministry articulate that in a world that is becoming increasingly service-driven, a lot of the whether it's IT, digitalization, a whole range of things are being geared towards service delivery. What are the standards that Barbadians can expect that this ministry can institute, such that the things that we are consuming, digitally or otherwise, that we can be assured that they are of the highest quality given the cost that we are being asked to pay in order to ensure that we can modernize Barbados and get these systems going. So if you can just elaborate very quickly on the standards around services that Barbadians can expect moving forward. And I'll come back with my second question.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's interesting that, that the honourable member made mention of the BCSI somewhere around 2013, 2014, I believe it was. When I did lead the BCSI, we had developed a project, incidentally, at the time in partnership with a local consulting firm as well as the Barbados National Standards Institution to look at developing standards specific to the services sector, because globally, in many instances, there are not set standards for services in the same way that there are for goods. And you may have dedicated agencies. If you buy a given product, it has the certification and it has the seal of certain international agencies, or it is viewed by certain local agencies. But for services, if I'm providing an architectural service, if I'm providing a management consulting service, if I'm providing an engineering service, it can oftentimes be quite different in terms of what are the specific service level standards. And so we wanted to create what would have been a matrix of service standards, and the output of that was the development of something called the Quality Standard Mark, which meant that service providers, including those who have continuous professional training requirements for their given profession, that the services that were coming from those professionals were also certified using a given standard base that had been agreed to by the sector and by the industry. And so under the leadership of the BNSI, there are also a number of voluntary standards that they will be looking at working through, and we will be working during the course of the year to ensure that goods, in terms of products and service quality, those are issues that are being dealt with by this ministry. I remember many years ago, I believe it was under the National Initiative on Service Excellence, that we had surveys which were done that said which service industries were the most problematic in the minds of consumers, and how that then created challenges in terms of what people were willing to spend on. At this point, we also are then going to be looking at what the feedback from the public is in terms of what the sectors are that need some attention. And the leadership of the BNSI, we will be able to go from there. But I'm going to ask the head of the BNSI if he wants to add any additional components, Mr. Hayden Ryan, just to add on to that and the work that they have already been doing.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, just to add, BNSI, indeed, we have developed a suite of standards primarily to deliver not just good service, not just, high quality service, but service excellence, recognizing that our destination, our strength, our competitiveness really depends on delivering excellent service. So there's a suite of standards. We've targeted many sectors, tourism, a lot of those businesses that would interface with the public in terms of their business activity. And we're looking forward to have that suite delivered in terms of training so that we can have a country standing on a quality culture recognizing the importance of service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In a 21st century Barbados, we have to that country very as a room very rich. Industry is able to start up businesses in that perspective. All the way through to this ministry section of data upon that the government of respect to government, and I say the country as a whole, but I believe that this ministry really has at its disposal, data that it must be capable of mining and working together across agencies to be able to drive further business into Barbados, because the doing business environment relies on not just the facilitation, but the provision of business intelligence, sector by sector, that allows us to be able to meet our targets as we want to be able to achieve. So, Minister and team, my question is, internally, what are we doing? I know that we've done specific upgrades of specific departments, but are we in a position as a ministry to be able to mine data internally such that we're able to track the level of investment that's taking place month by month, the number of jobs that are being created month by month, what is being exported, produced, and then exported on a monthly basis, Are we able to track?
Business community, much of those recurring costs are actually subsumed by energy costs, the paying for fuel. How do we then enable them not just to transition, but how do we attract investment into the private sector to enable and to facilitate that transition? All of that is a part of the work which is being undertaken by this ministry. But on the business side, I'm going to ask Mr. Bertram Johnson to speak about the work being done on the data analytics build out internal to the ministry, which then will allow us to mine the data even further.
Good morning, Chair. Bertram Johnson, Director, Acting Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, ministers. First of all, I'd like to thank the minister for the question. I think it's a very important question. I think in 21st century, we have realized that we have become basically a knowledge and an information economy. And that's going to inform policy, particularly for us as small island states, to make sure that we hit the targets that we set. And in that regard, the last time I spoke in this chamber, I spoke to the digitization of our services, which has allowed the Department of Commerce to become basically an information and a knowledge type of hub to garner information so that it can help inform policy. And if I start 2 years back when we first had the pandemic, we would have used Seamless Doc as a modality by which we were able to facilitate the payment to persons that were affected by the fallout of the pandemic. And what did that do for us as a ministry, working in concert with Trust Loans and Fund Access? It would have given us a register of all the businesses that were affected. And in one session, it allowed us to capture not only those businesses in the formal economy, but also in the informal economy. And therefore, we now have a register of businesses that we can look to give support in terms of the development of small business enterprises and those that might be ready even to go to export markets. Moreover, Chair, we have also, on April the 1st, 2022, would have issued on the online portal the liquor license regime. And sir, that does not only just give us information on how many applicants apply for liquor license or how much revenue is collected, but more so, it gives us, from a demographic perspective, the activities of business activities that are happening in parish, whether it's in St. Michael, in Christchurch, and St. Joseph, throughout the landscape. And that data becomes critical because it kind of tells us, paints a picture, sir, as to what the economic activity looks like in Barbados if you're using liquor license as a proxy, and it provides rich information that we can further develop policy to target particular businesses. We have also invested, sir, in a data analytics framework, which has become a powerful tool for the department. And that tool became powerful, particularly when we had to monitor basically the Compact program. And we had to report to Cabinet on a bi-weekly basis. And what did that data analytic framework do for us as a department, as a ministry? Would have been able to allow us to see how prices in Barbados was moving based on what was agreed on the Compact, whether it was moving, whether it was keeping it in line to the policy intent. And therefore, in quick measure, we were able to take a snapshot within every 2 weeks to see how the movement of prices were moving within the Compact. We are also, sir, on board to the Asakuda World, which is a trade portal. And out of that, not only the importation and the export licenses gives us rich information, but it gives us information from a trade perspective that if we need to drill further and take a deeper dive into what the economic activity in Barbados is actually directing towards in terms of the new areas of growth, where imports are coming and where exports are going, it gives us a good metric by which we can further articulate policy. So in summary, I think what we are doing through the digitization of services has pivoted us into being in a position, sir, that we can provide rich data. We can also let that data now goes up to the broader cabinet so that policy can be more targeted. And in that result, we can be in a position where we can inform the new directional trust for economic and sustained development in Barbados. I rest on that, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Member of Team, and Honorable Member for Christchurch East Central. Let
Thanks,
me
Chair.
briefly remind all that each member is allowed 3 questions. Your questions to the minister should not exceed 3 minutes. The minister has 5 minutes to respond, and all other members of the team have 3 minutes to respond. Of course, we should also be mindful of particularly when we are having responses from several members of the team on a particular question, and also members should be mindful of the fact that they have follow-up questions as well, and the time frames with which we are working, and also of the fact that your colleagues also want to be able to pose their questions. So we will be guided accordingly. Honorable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have just maybe 2 pretty short questions. On Friday, there was some discussion on the matter of financial literacy. And there was also reference to a number of things, including trust loans, business development, collateral registry, and the growth, something on growth market, what we call the junior stock exchange. My question has to do with finding out from the ministry if we can get some more detail on how this matter of financial literacy is being implemented. The genesis of the question really comes from a question from those in communities as to how and when will they be able to access the information so that they can make decisions on investing, whether it's investing in on a junior stock exchange. I mean, that is maybe taking it to a higher level. But even matters relating to developing small businesses, financial record keeping, those kinds of things. I'd like to get maybe a little bit more in terms of the granular on the financial literacy, its rollout, and how are we intending to reach those deep in communities who really need this information?
Thank you very much for the question, Honourable Member for St. Peter. The financial literacy program started primarily with doing sessions to groups, and then we added the online, where a person could go on and choose from among the menu of subjects the areas that were important to them. And this became very important during COVID, because COVID has stepped in and limited how much face-to-face engagement we could have. Since then, last year, we talked through the fact that we needed to do it at the community level, to get down in the areas and get in front people's faces and begin to talk through not only financial literacy, but also to help them develop a personal program for their family to be able to break poverty. So we've been working on putting in place the structures and processes that we're going to need in order to be able to get that done. We've established a number of committees to work on the curriculum development, because you've got to customize the material in a way that is not so highly technical, but it is easily understood by the average Barbadian. And then it is the publication and the promotion, because there is so much noise in the ears of Barbadians via social media, radio, newspaper, television. It is difficult sometimes for people to hear that there are exciting things taking place that they need to engage. So we've recognized that we need to do a more heightened public relations program that permeates every part of the society and constantly bombard our citizens with that information in tiny packages. So we've developed tips that we've started putting out on social media. We have them to go on television. We organized to have one go at AgroFest, and we're going to be doing more of that. We want to have them on the screens, for example, that you will find in supermarkets and malls, etc. But where we are in terms of starting the actual engagement, we have a pilot that we are going to be launching. We are now putting in place someone to actually manage and organize that. And it will be in 3 areas, one in St. Joseph, one in St. Michael in the city, and one in St. James, so that we have different types of communities that we deliver it for, and then try to perfect that engagement for that type of community, so that we can then quickly replicate this right across Barbados. But again, supporting it with tips, supporting it with things on television, on radio, to assist the Barbadian to internalize financial literacy.
Thank you very much, Minister. By way of follow-up on that question, is there any intention to engage with the third sector, civil society organizations in this matter? And I ask that both as, well, maybe a former third sector person and as minister responsible for that sector, recognizing, as we say from time to time, many of these organizations get to places, get into crannies and nooks that government, with all the best will in the world, are not able to reach. Is there any intention to engage maybe some of those organizations in this outreach and in this training?
All of them. In the community outreach program, that's one of the reasons why we had to have a coordinator, because we are going to be working with the churches, the clubs, the groups that are existing within the community, with community development, with the Ministry of Youth and Community Development. We're going to be working with the program that the Honorable Corey Lane is implementing in terms of reducing crime. Because if we can give people a pathway where they can see hope, where they could see how they could earn and provide for themselves, this is going to help to reduce some of the pressure that will be at the community level. So the intention really is to mobilize a very broad group of persons who engage the youth commissioners, etc., everybody who operates within that community space, and make them a part of that effort. And we, in turn, will also be a part of their community efforts, because all of them have community programs that they're going to be putting on the ground. So we're going to have that collaboration so that we're working together to be able to encircle our communities with the help that they need, that they can see hope, and that they can find a pathway to build a financial future that will help them to achieve what they want to achieve for their family and for their dreams.
Thank you very much. I asked those questions, or the question they follow up, because all the research points to the fact that challenges in most relationships come about because of financial issues, not necessarily lack of resources, but challenges relating to finance. And I think we have to approach the matter understanding that this is urgent, not just for building up businesses, but for helping society generally, even though it falls within your ministry. The second question I have is maybe very parochial. And again, you spoke at, well, you meaning the ministry spoke at length on Friday to the matter of vending in response to the question from the Honorable Member for St. James Central. But I want to find out, because in Spike Sound, we had submitted some months ago, I believe, a location where we would have wanted a vending zone. And I really want to know, because the people do want to know, when are they going to see some movement on it? And they're asking because they've seen this sign in Redmond Village. A lot of folk from St. Peter travel on the Ronald Map Highway. They've seen this sign and they've not seen any activity. Well, the activity continues, but the activity promised by the sign they've not seen any movement in that regard. No, so I'm not asking on behalf of people from Redmond Village. The people in Spikestown who see that sign are concerned that if Redmond Village is taking so long, where are they in the grand scheme of things? How are you planning to roll out? Do I have to reapply? I know there's been a change of ministerial responsibility since I submitted my 2 locations. That kind of granularity is what the folk from St. Peter really want to know, those who are watching at this point.
Thank you very much. Is a question that St. James South asked too. However, this is where we are. We were mandated to start first with the main highways and to establish locations for vending along the main highways. And I will ask the officer to share with you the ones that are on the cards right now. Then the community ones will be done. And that is where it will then begin to penetrate past the highways into those nodes where people tend to gather so that we can provide the opportunity for vending for the population. Part of the challenge that we had in terms of getting it off the ground, there's quite a lot of preparation that has to go in before you can actually start building. Not only identifying the site, you have to get the town planning approval, you have to be able to do the contracts, etc. And sometimes when you get delays at any one of those points, it can hold it up. But I will ask the officer to update because we have managed to get some of the town planning approvals so that we should be able to get some going. So when we start, it will actually move a whole lot quicker. And we trust that it would not be long before we get to your space. I'll ask Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch, who has responsibility for that, to share with you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, sir. Well, I cannot speak to when St. Peter may get the vending zone, and I would certainly hope that you get yours soon. I certainly can speak about Redmond's Village. We are at the stage where we are about to deliver on that, and I believe that movement will be had shortly. We are also looking to develop a vending facility, as I said, on Friday at Warren's. We are working with our strategic partners, including the Ministry of Transport and Works. And so therefore we are at the stage where the drawings are to be submitted to Town and Country Planning Department, the Department of, anyhow, Plan and Development, yes. We are also looking to develop at Top Rock Christchurch and at Fitz Village, St. James. What we're going to do is that there are 2 kiosks which are supposed to be fabricated, as we know that the space in the Esplanade is fairly small, so we can't build a full vending facility there. We're also looking to, as part of the phase 2, as Minister said on Friday, we're doing it in groups of 3. So we're also looking to develop a site at Dighton Griffith and opposite Life of Barbados Roundabout and Haggett Hall, St. Michael. And we are at the stage where the drawings are being prepared by Ministry of Transport and Works. So we're hoping that in the incoming financial year that we would start some movement in terms of the actual construction of these facilities. As I said when I first started, I cannot speak specifically to Spikestown, but I know that that is also on the cards as well.
Thank you very much. By way of follow-up, and this is reflective of my thinking, I raised it, I think, maybe 2 years ago. Well, raised the approach 2 years ago with another ministry in the well. The follow-up question has to do with the role of the community in building these places out. Is there any, and I appreciate the fact that there are a lot of technical applications to planning development and sketches and all those kinds of things. Are there any areas where some of the prep work could engage the attention of those who will potentially benefit. That is to say, vendors, where while we wait for the rollout, because the rollout is going to take time. Everything in government takes time. I almost said too long, but time. Is there any role for those who could benefit? Because as you could imagine, all the areas that you've identified are areas where people are currently vending. So it is not to say we're going into greenfield sites. What can those who are not on the immediate agenda do in the meantime besides wait? Is there anything you require from them? Is there any kind of engagement, ideas that from their perspective that maybe can start to feed into the process while you concentrate on the already identified areas?
Okay, that is a very good question. What we would have done to date is we would have engaged the various vending associations. So we are getting the information with respect to some of the issues that these communities are facing. So we are in continued dialogue with these persons. And I believe that early March, we are going to do a public engagement session where we actually engage vendors and potential vendors with respect to the opportunities that are available to them. But this is part of the wider work of building out the whole vending infrastructure. So these movements have already taken place, and I believe that shortly we'll be able to deliver on these as well.
Just a quick support to that. There is a transition. You're not going to stop people from vending where they are right now. And then you're going to be building out the vending facilities and new vending facilities. So it means that people who want to vend at this point can still go through the normal process of asking for a vending spot. For example, like at Warren's, you have the coconut vendors on the road. We haven't stopped them from doing it. We've just asked them to make sure they leave it clean while we're trying to build a facility that would accommodate not only them, but additional people as well is something that we are looking at. And that way, new people can also have the opportunity to be able to engage in the vending space. But we will be looking throughout the country for various nodes that would work to give people that opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say that I heard mention of vending associations and public campaigns. Those of us who live in the real world know that public campaigns are, in many cases, box-ticking exercises. That is to say, oftentimes you do not reach the people who you really want to reach. And I want to suggest, as I wrap up, that the ministry and officers responsible will need to touch base with those people who are in the space. Because I can tell you, for example, because I've engaged Barvend on the matter of vendors in Speightstown proper. Speightstown is already a vending zone in terms of the main streets, Church Street, and by way of definition, the legislation. But I don't think there are any of those vendors are members of Barvend. I've been trying to, work with Barvend to get them included. But I say that to say, liaison with Barvend may not impact those persons. And so you may have to go directly to the space. You can't do all at the same time, but bit by bit, go directly to the space to engage those persons who are in the space, just to get some ideas or hear their perspectives.
So when I spoke about public engagement, that is specifically what I was referring to. Actually going to these persons and to establish where they're at and see what interventions can be put in place. So we have already started some of this work and we're going to continue.
Mm-hmm. My apology. I didn't realize that's what you meant. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Peter. Thank you, Minister and team. let me, before we move on to the honorable member for St. Michael South Central, the honorable member for Christchurch East Central was inadvertently, he did not get to ask his third question. And so I will now ask the honorable member for Christchurch East Central to proceed, and then the honorable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. So Barbados has been working very hard to create enough policy space for us to drive growth. And part of that effort really has been to ensure that compliance from a business perspective, and certainly from a tax perspective, that continues to be a critical part of how we govern ourselves internally. Since CAIPO and IBU both have been at the center of that, along with the BRA as well as some other regulatory agencies. Now, I would ask the minister and her team to give some perspective in terms of the importance of why, on the one hand, digitizing our processes to be able to ensure that compliance and reporting is important in the same way that we spoke to standards earlier, and why it is important that from a policy perspective, that certainly in the context of your ministry, why IBU working with CAIPO along with the other regulators are able to defend Barbados' interests on the one hand, to protect investment into the country on the other, and how we are now going to try to use regulation as a platform for generating growth. And therefore, I would like to hear the minister and her team on the importance of that, and just explain to ordinary Barbadians what it means if we don't get it right moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. No, this is actually an interesting conversation that is critical to the economic development of the country. Most times, when we're talking about tax compliance and we're talking about the international business sector, we're oftentimes talking about our defensive interests. And as the minister said, protecting Barbados' interests and defending Barbados against changing regulations globally. We've had those evolve over time as it relates to the EU, and we've seen it evolve specifically as it relates to the OECD. And so when I joined the ministry at the end of October last year, one of the first things that we started to do was to look at what the sector actually looked like, what were the opportunities that we were not looking at, and whether or not we could have that balance between those defensive interests with which we are all very familiar and those which are our offensive interests. And so we began to do that work, and we engaged with all of the regulatory agencies, the Barbados Revenue Authority, the FSC, the Financial Services Commission, Invest Barbados, and of course our private sector partners in the Barbados International Business Association. And in those instances, we asked all of the agencies, what's the next hot thing for Barbados? And so we've seen an evolution over time of what those offensive interests can look like and what the regulatory frameworks in Barbados can then create as part of the attraction of Barbados as a jurisdiction which focuses on companies of substance, and what then is our obligation in terms of our interaction with our international partners. We have also been engaging with the OECD, in particular with the OECD Global Forum and the OECD Forum for Harmful Tax Practices, and engaging with them, and I'm going to ask the director of the International Business Unit to speak about what some of that work looks like. In October last year, we did meet with the OECD Global Forum. And in that meeting, we met specifically with the head of the OECD Global Forum and the head of their technical assistance unit. And what was the purpose of that meeting? It was to say, look, we are always on the back foot. we're always finding ourselves having to race to make legislative changes, having to avoid blacklisting or grey listing in some instances, and the various agencies are not necessarily, in terms of government, they're not all staffed in the same way that large developed economies in the OECD and in the EU are. And so it is always a challenge to have to surge forward to respond to defensive challenges. We need to make sure that Barbados, by the time we are able to get our ranking and the reports on Barbados's compliance in terms of tax matters in October of 2022, which is when that came out, we need to then be able to dissect where is Barbados partially compliant, where is Barbados fully compliant, where is Barbados just compliant as it relates to the OECD, and what does that mean for us? And so we have begun then to work through ensuring that we do not fall behind in the areas that we are compliant now by events and then being overtaken. In the areas where we are partially compliant, how do we get across the line to become fully compliant? And in the areas that we are just compliant, we need to make sure that we don't fall behind so that we don't move backwards, but we're always moving forward. And then also on the commercial side, how do we, in collaboration with our partners in BIBA, the Barbados International Business Association, and the service providers that represent the agencies that do business here in Barbados as a global business jurisdiction, how do we ensure that we are able to identify which countries we should target international business from? Which types of business is Barbados emerging as most attractive? And then how do we then set about a trajectory in partnership with Invest Barbados to ensure that Barbados has an aggressive, outward-looking trajectory that is both going to attract new business into the jurisdiction while simultaneously ensuring that because of our compliance work, that we are also meeting the global requirements that we have been held to. In November of last year, we had meetings held with the Forum for Harmful Tax Practices at the technical level. And once that meeting was finished, the Director of International Business, who is going to speak after me, came and alerted that there was a problem. And we had 3 areas that we needed to make sure that we had resolved, and there was 1 area of concern to us. And between the beginning of November and February of this year, the international business team, in collaboration with CAIPO, the Barbados Revenue Authority, ensured that we were able to put substantial reforms in place and substantial measures in place to be able to meet the targets of the OECD FHTP. On February 15th, then, the OECD Code of Conduct, the EU Code of Conduct group met. Barbados then was able to be recognized for the substantial work that we did between November and February, so that that 1 area of concern was then removed, and Barbados was able to avoid a negative outcome. And that is significant as we talk about avoiding negative outcomes on the one hand and dealing with defensive interests while simultaneously ensuring that we preserve Barbados's reputation as a jurisdiction for which we can attract more global business. But I'm going to ask the Director of International Business, Mr. Kevin Hunt, to elaborate further and to give more detail.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Kevin Hunt, Director of International Business. As the Minister would have made reference to in her comments, and even looking at the question that the Honourable Minister Strawn would have posed to the Ministry, one of the things that we need to make it clear, both for this committee as well as for Barbados, is the difference between the OECD and the EU. The OECD is the internationally responsible body for setting standards as it relates to good tax principles and good tax governance, whereas the EU is a bloc of European countries. The OECD is not the entity that lists a country in terms of blacklist or grey list. What the OECD does is that the OECD indicates whether a country has met its responsibilities under particular heads, or it gives recommendations to a country to address a particular deficiency. That's the starting point for the EU, and the EU takes that. They add some more criteria to it, and it is from that basis then that the EU would then place a country on either Annex 1, which is colloquially known as the blacklist, or Annex 2, which is known as the grey list. Now, it is important, therefore, that Barbados operates within that understanding and the space between the OECD and the EU from both a defensive and an offensive perspective. From a defensive perspective, collaboration is indeed critical, and as indicated by Minister Cummins, significant work has taken place between the International Business Unit, our sister agency, CAIPO, as well as the BRA, the FSC, the FIU, the AMLA unit under the Office of the Attorney General, the Central Bank of Barbados, because there is a dovetailing and a connection in terms of things that are required, both under the good tax governance principles as well as anti-money laundering. What would have happened is that there was a massive cross-agency collaboration as it relates to making sure that Barbados remains in good standing with the OECD. The two areas that fall for consideration are, one, what is known as economic substance, and then the second area is in relation to the exchange of tax information under the exchange of tax information or request regime. Barbados would have fallen in its rating previously under the latter, and we were able to secure a supplementary review, and we were able to advance to a largely compliant rating, which saw us being removed from the EU's grey list. In relation to the former, the economic substance, that is where a significant amount of work needed to take place, particularly in relation to the exchange of information between Barbados and other jurisdictions that have opted into the OECD process to receive that information. I want to say here, though, that tying into a part of the question that was posed, one significant thing that has helped the IBU and by extension BRA, et cetera, to be able to manage this space is the implementation of digital platforms. And we've been able to harness the information that is required through what is known as the Economic Substance Portal, which allows the corporate and trust service providers to file that information with us so that we can then conduct the necessary assessments in a collaborative manner with the BRA, and where information needs to be exchanged, that is then transmitted to the BRA, also electronically, as the BRA is the entity responsible for exchanging that information. From an offensive perspective, as I come to a close, as Minister Cummins indicated, we have engaged the technical arm of the Global Forum, which
we would have one agency providing the letters for clearances, but those letters not being accepted by my own ministry as clearance documents at the same time, and that we were asking members of the business community to effectively repeat processes ministry by ministry as if we were not all dealing with the same government. And so those are the kinds of things that internal to government frustrate people, make the business community get frustrated, and make business people, especially when we have entities like trust loans and fund access, and you have startups coming into the space and small businesses coming into the space, that interacting with government becomes frustrating and time consuming. So we are going to be looking now at the work which has been done in that committee. We have started to do that work already. And then what are the metrics that we now need to be able to do, including how can we use the lessons of COVID to ensure that we are able to take a lot of the digitalization work online, so that in the same way that, for example, the Immigration Department has been able to go online and there has been a significant body of reform being done there under the Ministry of Home Affairs, how do we take the lessons of COVID, where much of what we did had to go online, and then use that to facilitate business, and in so doing, make critical government services available online on a 24-hour basis. So that is where we are proposing to go during this financial year, and we will be piloting that process ourselves in collaboration with all of the related agencies, including the private sector and internal to government.
And just as a short add-on, I think the challenges of working together instead of in silos and fixing and moving all of our systems into the 21st century has been the work of this administration. And a lot of energy and time has gone into it, but there's still a number of things that need to be addressed. And I think the CFRs are probably one of the important elements that we need to focus on as ministries, because I think that if we work diligently on making sure that we make the internal adjustments, do the deconstructing and reconstructing, as Prime Minister likes to say, I think that it will go a long way to making us more efficient and more responsive. Because in terms of our ministry and certain other ministries, their work comprises a lot of elements in other ministries over which you do not have control. And therefore, when they don't work as efficiently or when they're struggling with what they have to do, the backlash can come to those ministries who have to really work in collaboration. So I think that the work of the CFRs and the efforts that are going to be made and are being made really by the PSs and the teams will go a long way to helping us iron out some of these things that so damage our small businesses and slow down our economy.
Thank you for that response. Just a little glossary note that when the minister says CFR, she means the commitment for results. The commitment for results framework that the government has been seeking to put in place, and yes, to which we greatly look forward. But it also then brings me to a second area where perhaps might benefit from having some centralized approach to management. And if there's anything that perhaps 4 years of government has, in government myself, has suggested to me, it is that perhaps what we need is a central project management authority for the government, similarly to needing a central data management authority for the government. If somebody could give me a genie in a bottle and I could rub it and get that first wish, that might perhaps be the first wish. Because as the member for St. Peter was talking about the vending zones, and this was a note that I made from Friday, there are several entities in government executing vending spaces, right? So there's the Urban Development Commission that has done some of the work at Fairchild Street, and I gather is continuing the work that will then be managed by the Ministry of Agriculture, I believe, as responsible for markets, right? So that's two ministries there. There is the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Community Empowerment that is also responsible for building kiosks as part of its building blocks. Then there's your ministry ministers responsible for these vending zones. And for me, having waited 4 years for our Halls Road Commercial Village, that we are still, it's not your ministry, don't get nervous, but having waited 4 years for that, and still waiting, and having a very good conversation with the minister responsible, but conversation does not put food in people's fridge. It drives me to the question then, do we need to have a centralized approach to the execution of this business of vending and of enacting the new vending legislation, of giving it life and reality and real expression in people's lives? Because the fact that we have this thing being executed by several agencies means the UDC is going to build and execute with one aesthetic, with one particular budget, and so on. Similarly, the Ministry of Youth, similarly, the Ministry of Business Development. And we run the risk of having a certain level of inequality of experience of the people of Barbados. So I'd like to have your thoughts, please, Minister, on how we could perhaps have a more centralized approach to this. And really, is your ministry then overseeing the full experience of this business of these commercial zones? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question, and your recommendations are really excellent. Because I think as we have been going forward as a government, it has been recognized more and more that we have to change up the way how we do business and how we parcel out things. And one of the things that we found when we came into government is a number of scenarios like that, where you have bits and pieces here and there, because you respond to a particular problem at a time and you create it, and you don't go back and take a look at it to see if it needs rationalizing, if you need to change it. And so part of what has occupied us as a government since we've come in is really looking at those things and seeing what we need to do. And vending certainly would be one of those, because you would need to rationalize who controls all the vendors, who issues all the licenses, who does the monitoring, who does the enforcement. And that is a work that is continuing in terms of looking at how we're going to arrive at those things. The reason why it is important is because over the years, by not rationalizing, we've left a great complexity in terms of that network that people then are forced to navigate. You want to venue, you call this place, oh no, we're not the ones you want. You got to go this place and that place. And it really is absolutely frustrating to our small businesses and makes life unnecessarily difficult. And this is why rationalizing what we're doing, merging what we need to merge, putting in the technology to make it easy to be able to engage the space and know the form you have to fill out and what you have to carry, and not go, and then here you have to bring this and you go back and you bring that and then you got to go back for an appointment. We're trying to make sure that we are taking all of that out of these processes, because there is no way to graduate your small businesses and help them to grow when you have that kind of complexity on the ground. And that is one of the reasons why we are also engaging with our stakeholders to hear what are some of the things that affect them negatively in the system. One of the things I think we have to take even greater care with is when we put in a solution, monitor it early to see if it's working the way we want it to work, and not allow it to become another annoyance that we then hear it when someone complains about it. But I think to be proactive and test that system and keep an eye on the system, ensure that it's working well before we take our eye off to move to another problem. So that suggestion is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. My third question has to do with, and I'm hesitating because I'm trying to figure out which one to ask. I may have to ask the chairman to add me again to the Bohamadi list. I talked to a lot of young people who run their own businesses, manage their own businesses, and talk about the fact that there's a high cost for them of the inputs that they have to import to put their products together or even to deliver their services. They talk about the foreign exchange fee and the fact that that impacts them. And they also perceive perhaps a bit of a distortion between the way that larger companies are facilitated through the framework of incentives and what is available to them. I wanted to give you, ministers, an opportunity to address this, to be able to share with them through this Honorable House what should be their expectations, to be able to respond to their concerns that, you know, they really have to deal with international pricing structures and import costs and in an international context in order to be able to deliver a domestic product. And there is a bit of a challenge there in terms of what their real margins actually are. But I want you to be able to share what are the benefits, what are the things available to them, what is the incentives process that perhaps offset that foreign exchange fee, or perhaps offset some of their other costs that they can benefit from, so that they're able to make their businesses competitive.
Thank you again for the question. I would say, I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch and Mr. Jerry Amos to speak particularly about what they do in terms of engaging the small business person. But the problem that you outlined is a real one. Pricing, doing your costing is very difficult sometimes for small businesses because sometimes they do not know all of the elements that have to go in to arriving at what it costs to do business. The second problem that they would have had in the past was, well, when I say the past, we're trying to correct it, but often when people go to lending institutions, they're not given sufficient money to make the project work. They're often sitting in front of a person who's never run a business in their life. You have people deciding you apply for $50,000 because you believe this is what will make your business profitable. In the past, when I was in another life, this was a problem our members had all the time. Somebody would say, well, if I give you $50,000 and you can't make it, then you're going to be on the hook for this, and this is going to be a problem. So I think I'm only going to lend you 35. Well, if you lend me 35, I'm going to fail. Because if it takes 50 to make it successful, you have now set me up to fail. And so these are some of the issues that have been a problem in the system for a very, very long time. And what we are seeking to do is to be able, one, to provide alternative places where you can get the financing that you need. We also have to do some work on the issue of venture capital. There has been a reluctance by Barbadian entrepreneurs to get venture capital because they prefer to own everything themselves. But there are some projects that you actually need that. Why? Because you've got a long gestation period before you can actually show a profit. And especially if you're importing and so on, and you have to keep going while you're trying to get acceptance for the product in the market, you actually need that money without the pressure of paying back a loan every month. And this is what often trips them up and kills them off. This is why part of what we do is not only make sure that we remove the blocks using legislation to remove the inhibiting factors from the landscape and put finance and facilities available to help them to get that business done. But one of the things that is important is their continuous education to know and understand what are the things that they need to do and how they need to do it so that they're not afraid to use the tools and supports and the recommendations that are offered to them by the enterprises. So it is that dual thing that is necessary. But I want you to get some specifics on it, and I'm going to ask the head of the small business unit, Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch, and Mr. Jerry Amos to speak about that hand-holding and what they're trying to do in order to help them overcome the challenges of getting their business started and keeping it viable.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of Parliament. Jerry Amos, General Manager, Barbados Trust Fund Limited. Thank you, ministers. Minister Cattle, very good points you're making. We have recognized that indeed there's a challenge over the last couple of years as prices start to rise. The money that is being borrowed is insufficient at this time, and persons are indeed complaining of the fact that raw materials not only are expensive, but sometimes inaccessible. We've been finding this, and the challenge is real. What we've done over the last year is that we have tried to address some of the issues and indeed try to put things in place to help buffer the problems that they'll be experiencing. Just to segue a bit, in October last year, we started a Manifest program to help our manufacturers to get to a stage where we could actually bring them to a place to export or to get on the supermarket shelves in Barbados. What we did then is we launched a program called the Manifest program, where we took all of our manufacturers, we took them through a stage of product development through our sector specialists to help them improve their products. We took them through a stage of product development through government analytical services to do their testing. We try to take care of all these things because we know if they try to do it on their own, that the cost will be astronomical. We also have the packaging and labeling, and we played a significant role in business development in all areas of costing and pricing, public speaking, and social media marketing. What we did, Minister, to help them also to buffer is that we looked at the fact that if they form clusters and purchase things together, it can actually help them to drive down their prices. So we are in the process of working on that. As we relates to the imports, we've been working very close with Export Barbados to try to get them to bring in some stuff. And Goddard Enterprises, they have an arm who's also looking to see how they can actually bring things in at a reduced cost to help with our manufacturers. One of the major areas that we're having some problems with is bottles. In Barbados, we're having serious problems with bottles, and the cost of bottles continue to go up weekly, not even monthly, but weekly. Actually, they're promised that in next shipment of bottles, the price will increase again. What we're trying to do, again, is to find a cheaper source outside, and we're working very closely with Export Barbados to accomplish this. Going back to our program, we are proud to say that starting last week, we started to hand over the first cohort of 48 persons to the Export Barbados to get their export certificates. So we handed over to BADC in cohorts of 12 because they can't handle the whole bunch that we have at one time. We have 48 persons to hand over. And again, to be proud of what we're trying to accomplish, on the 14th of March, we are actually bringing a distributor here from London who will meet with all of our exporters to see if we can get our products on the English market. So while we know that there are challenges, we have come up with some plans and some programs to try to buffer those challenges. And again, the challenge is real. What we are doing, as we realize that for these persons to scale up to be able to meet the market demands, we are moving to offer that $10,000 loan that we were hesitant in going to over the last couple of years, even though we may have gotten what we anticipated in our estimates. We will still move to that 10,000 because we realize that persons need more money because things have risen significantly. Also, we are partnered with the credit unions, so if persons want money over $10,000, the credit union is willing to give loans over $200,000 to our clients. We have already had one client that we moved over, and we have a few more in the pipeline. So that is how we are planning to try to help our clients as they meet these challenges. And again, Minister, thank you for your contribution because I know that you are on the street. I see you often. I know you interact with people. I know you feel the pulse of the people. And I myself feel the pulse of the people. I meet them daily. And that is one thing that they're crying out. I just want to touch before Chairman to speak on an issue that was raised earlier. Lessons learned, as according to my minister, lessons learned from COVID. What we are doing for better business facilitation is that we are going to introduce a new knowledge management system, which will be fully automated, 100% paperless system. We intend, Minister Strong, he's not here, to capture as much data as we can in there. In that system, we have applets that our minister or our board can actually go online and see live activity as to where people are and capture data from that system at the same time. Clients will be able to monitor the application process right through from beginning to end. And we are hoping that time we get to the end of this process that we can have some arrangement that we can actually do live signing off on loans without person ever having to enter the office. I'll then hand over to Mr. Cumberbatch. You could further.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Amos. I'll ask Mr. Cumberbatch to stand down as we are a little pressed for time, but I think that you got a satisfactory answer, so. Okay.
Just by way of quick follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Amos, for that very meaty response. I made some notes as you were talking because these are things of which I was not aware, and I wanted to give you a chance for the people of Barbados to hear about some of these things. But just by way of follow-up on that point, because we're talking about manufacturers and how to be able to make sure that they're able to compete domestically and also to be able to compete in for the export markets. And earlier we were talking about issues of service standards and labeling and so on. I wanted to ask very briefly about the issue of standards, monitoring, and consumer protection, not just in terms of what the private sector is doing, but even in terms of public goods, even in terms of the way that roads are built or the way that, because we are all consumers of these public goods. And whether there are efforts as well to be able to establish some of these standards for the public sector and for public goods, and then to be able to offer protection, to be able to say, well, if there is not this standard delivered, what is the recourse of the Barbadian? And I ask this in particular as I listen to Mr. Ryan talk about the issue of labeling, because we import most of our food. And so I wouldn't want to put undue pressure on domestic manufacturers when we are importing food that really, quite frankly, in many cases is not good for us and have on the labels that they want to put on. And we often don't even monitor, and we can't even really have recourse, because you try to have recourse for an imported product and they tell you, well, I buy it so. So I'm sorry, I realize that's a bit of a stacked follow-up question, but first, it's really about service standards and consumer protection, not just for the private, but for the public sector. With that response, I would be satisfied, Mr. Chairman.
I'll ask Mr. Hayden Ryan to comment briefly on that for you.
Yes, thank you, Minister. As Minister Carroll was speaking, I was smiling because she asked a very pertinent question. You know, it's all well and good to have a suite of standards implemented and adopted as national standards in country. But what of the enforcement? What of mechanisms to really ensure that the requirements and the standards are being met and translating into what you're trying to do? The case of labeling is a perfect example, where the standard by consensus as a voluntary instrument, is developed by the BNSI. But what we're doing is that we're going to be developing good regulatory practices, where then we're referencing standards as technical regulations. And that would be a system that would be in keeping with international best practice, that would help us for enforcement and monitoring. And even when it comes to the imported foods, and you're right, Minister, most of our food, the prepackaged foods, are imported. And what we're saying is that even with the imported produce, we're going to have mechanisms in place where we are protecting our consumers. Having the warning label on the package, having it simple, having it plain, so that choices can be made. Yes, there's the argument that if foods are over the threshold, that perhaps we should have a stronger mandatory mechanism there. And again, that's something that will be debated throughout the year. But having the choice as consumers, we're seeing that as a very important tool, really. So the warning symbols, the warning labels, which are simple and easy to decipher, we're going to go forward to have that as a mandatory requirement, but not through a mandatory standard, but through referencing the standard or even components of the standard as a technical regulation in health. And we're well within our rights to do so as a country when it comes to safety, health, security. You know, the government can say, look, no, we're going to reference standards in our regulations as technical regulations. And there's a process to do so, and that's what the Quality Council will work out over the next few months. Yeah. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Just let me, by way of having to make a determination in terms of those who have requested, based on their markers, to raise questions. All of those members with business-related questions, we're asking you will indicate so that we can make sure you are able to do so, as the members of the officers, of the energy team will be soon coming on, and therefore we do not want to deny that opportunity to ask your business-related questions. So if all those persons I see before me have, all those members before me have business-related questions, we're gonna ask you to proceed with them. And the next member we have would be the honorable member for the city of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. First, I want to do is commend the ministry. I was looking through the parliamentary brief, and I took particular interest in the major achievements. And the particular major achievement I want to point out is the national single window, because I believe that this will be critical in terms of improving efficiency and the ease of doing business. I also want to thank the members for St. Peter and St. Michael South Central for asking part of my question. It allows me to get down and drill down to the nitty-gritty of what I want the ministry to speak to. And that is, what is the plan or approach, if any, the ministry would have to reach those parts of society that believes that they want a chance at business too? They may not have achieved in education, they may have been deemed antisocial, but they want to be now involved in legitimate business. They want to be legitimate, and they say to the MP, he or she, I would like a chance. They may feel intimidated by the big buildings and the many farms. How do we say to them that they too can be included in this inclusive society, in this people participatory exercise of business? So through the chair, I will let you to speak to that constituent that asking, how can I get involved now?
Thank you very much. One of the tenets on which we operate as a government is that we want to empower and include as many Barbadians as possible in our economic opportunities. And you will see this reflected in what we did with access to energy and the marijuana industry. And there'll be other things that we will be doing that will keep seeking to carve out space for entrepreneurs and people who want to engage. The Ministry of Energy and Business has a number of initiatives that will seek to do the same thing in terms of include and engage people. But we also partner with other ministries that help us to do that. So what we were speaking about in terms of the financial literacy training, one of the things that we want to do at the community level, and this is to reach the person who's right now not attached to any of the other regular organs to hear the information. Those are the people that we're trying to reach. And part of the financial literacy training that we want to implement at the community level will include, one, how can I increase my income? And how can I, if I have that interest, get into entrepreneurship? So that program will help give them their first steps, their first baby steps. And then it will hook them into all of the other services and all of the other initiatives that are available to them to support them in doing that. So the National Training Initiative, for example, has programs, courses in entrepreneurship. They can engage there. Both of our entities, Fund Access and Trust Loans, have training available to help you in your entrepreneurship. So we are going to be creating around those persons who want to be involved in entrepreneurship a ring of services and initiatives that will help them to do that. And one of the groups that we have been targeting and will be targeting would be like some of the people who were recently laid off or will be laid off. This is where you will help them to get that little start and see some hope in front of them that they can build their future.
If I can add, though, in terms of visioning and the way forward, these are all things that this administration has done, I believe, from the days of the start of the Trust Loans program under then Minister Dwight Sutherland, all of the work that started under financial literacy under Minister then Carrie Simmons and now being led by Minister Sandra Husbands. Those are all critical initiatives which are ongoing. But I also hear you, Honorable Member, to be saying that sometimes people who feel as though they're on the fringes of society also want to be engaged and for us to meet them where they are. I hear you also to be saying that sometimes they don't feel as if many of these structures that already exist don't necessarily cater to them. I also hear you to be saying that we need to be able to allow for many of these persons. I believe the Honorable Member for, well, the Minister with responsibility for the blue and green economy now, who took responsibility for the Block Entrepreneurs Program, that took persons who were otherwise on the block and engaged with them where they were, and then became a part of what the Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central spoke about in terms of entrepreneurship and people being able to be engaged also where they are, and the kiosks that were being built under those programs. So at this point in the ministry as well, aside from, or rather in addition to, the programs that already exist, I believe, and I agree with you, that we will have to be working far more closely with your entity, your work, your agencies, the work that you are doing at the community level, along with the Ministry with responsibility for youth, along with the agencies that are responsible for community development, to be able to get on the ground and to meet people where they are, and to be able to bring some of those innovative ideas. One of the things that we also have to be able to do is to engage with those people on what their new ideas are for a business. Because sometimes if we sit and we talk to people in a casual way, we hear ideas that they have had that they have never been able to operationalize, or they feel as though no one has ever listened to them about. And we need now, instead of waiting for people to come to the Trust Loans Program or come to Fund Access specifically, or to come to community centers and churches and clubs and so on to work on financial literacy, we need to be able now to work in collaboration with you, Honorable Member, to bring those people to a table which they can identify with, to hear their ideas for what their contribution needs to be, and to match that with the support for business development and, of course, the all-important financing that they will need as well. I don't think that we have all the ideas internal to our agencies. A lot of great ideas about transformation in our country can come for young people who feel presently disenfranchised.
Thank you very, very, very much. Seeing that is something so positive, I don't expect it to get a lot of airplay, so but I'm gonna clip that and send that out to many persons who ask me those types of questions. Excellent. Could not have answered it better myself. The second thing I want to speak to is also very fundamental, and that is the idea of economic enfranchisement. Now, that is not a statement for me. That must be a way of life. That is the next frontier. That is the next struggle. We have overcome physical slavery. We've overcome and have now political independence. I believe that the next struggle will be that economic independence of our people. In your mission, in your vision, in your objectives, in your document, it speaks to you being the ministry to bring about that economic enfranchisement. So in short and in summary, I would like to ask you, what is your strategic plan to achieve that? Now, an action plan is bit by bit by bit. We don't have time for that. A strategic plan is those broad strokes that you will take to ensure that this nation and its people see economic enfranchisement.
Part of the effort to do economic enfranchisement has to do with having knowledge of the opportunities. That's one of the first problems that you have within the economic space, that all of the actors don't have information about what is coming up, what is possible. So those who have deep pockets and have their ears closer to the information are the ones who can prepare and take advantage and be in position. So one of the things that we are currently working on between the Director of Finance and the estimates that we just did, what we're doing is trying to identify all of the potential business opportunities that are available on the landscape with a view to being able to share this widely. Part of the challenge that people have in terms of a business idea has to fit into the network. And it has to have a spot where, even if it's new, it still needs to link to what is there to make that step to the new. And therefore, being able to provide that information and give them ideas on brainstorming and how to insert yourself within the economic circle is very important. It is knowledge that they do not have. So for example, there's some people who listen very keenly to the estimates. Why? They know that the business opportunities are going to flow out of that. What is government aiming at? And I'm not talking here just about government procurement. I'm talking about the new strategies and the new sectors that they want to move forward. But if you don't listen and then start planning, you may get to the gate late. And that is what I want to be able to overcome. And I have talked with the team about the fact that we need to broaden who is inside of that gate. And we will have to go there and spread the information and make sure that they understand what the opportunities are, be able to identify what will work for them, and then this is the network of support services that will be available to you to help you on that journey. And while I have the microphone, I want to say through you, Chair, to Barbados, we have a lot of young retirees who have a lot of experience. We are going to need mentors, and this is one of the ways in which people can help, where you can help talk through and support an entrepreneur on their journey. Because my goal is that business must become dinner table talk in every Barbadian home. If you don't hear business in your home, you will not learn all the little things that you need to learn to be able to be good at business. And that is one of the things that is severely lacking, especially within the Black community. Our communities don't have that. People hear about work as an evil necessity and not as something that you should desire, and business as something that you can get burned. So we want to correct that. There's a lot of change has taken place in since 1994 in terms of when we had the economic crisis. A lot of Barbadians suddenly realized that they were not safe in what they thought were safe jobs, including government. But what it did, it actually thrust out a new generation of entrepreneurs. And we are continuing to build on that, and we want to expand that group.
If I can just bring some specific components of what we have actually done to the table and just share some of that. I believe last year, for example, in the budget presentation, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about economic enfranchisement and inclusion for Barbadians and making people feel as though they had a stake at the table. And that's where the renewable energy push, for example, was launched. And we had the launch of the Homeowners Project, which allowed for every Barbadian to become producers of electricity by having their own panels on the roof. What we have seen over the last year as a consequence of that has been a significant surge in the number of Barbadians who are then carving out their stake in the game. We've also seen that there has been a commitment by this government of 30% local ownership, ordinary Barbadians investing in renewable energy projects now, so that is there as an investment opportunity and an investment vehicle for our people. Last week, I had the opportunity to chair and to open a local content workshop, also with the energy team and with the business team. And what was that? That brought together our entire business community, the business support organizations with energy, which sought to look at what are the local content, simply put, what percentage of local ownership, the democratization of access and the democratization of finance in the energy sector, and how do our manufacturers, our business people, our installers, all of those persons, how do they carve out a stake in the game? And that's just one sector. If we were to then externalize that to every productive sector across the wider economy, whether it is in agriculture, it is in manufacturing, it is in export-oriented activity, in services or in goods, then there is a local component that is to be paired with investment that is going to be critical for us going forward. And we will continue that work, which has already started.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I could do this all day. This soothing balm to the soul, these replies. My last one, though, goes to the Public Council. We're in another hat in another place. Used to hear a lot of comments in relation to certain businesses that were not regulated, not licensed. And within the parliamentary brief, I see that the aim is really to get a lot of these cases before council within 42 days. And I've also had a lot of personal experience, unfortunately, with the council that didn't speak to 42 days or any good, positive, meaningful outcomes. So for me, is there any chance within this financial year that we can look at how we license work, or with the mechanics, roadside mechanics, etc., a robust program in educating, advocating, and action for citizens in relation to their grievances with particular businesses? And how are we looking to really bring about that 42-day target to get these particular cases heard and determined within a meaningful time? Because we have a lot of Barbadians that suffer at the hands of these particular instances.
Thanks for that question. We have had the Office of the Public Counsel. Currently, we need to have a new person to fill that post. I believe that the previous occupant of the role of Office of Public Counsel has moved on to greener pastures elsewhere in the government service. And so we expect that during this financial year, we will have the assignment of a new officer to take responsibility for that, to treat to the very kinds of issues that you made reference to. So yes, the expectation is that we will meet the targets that are being set once we have completed the process of working through with the Public Sector, Public Service Commission, the assignment of a new Office of Public Counsel.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is it for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for the City of Bridgetown, and Honorable Minister and team. We intend to break for lunch quite soon, and we will resume with the Ministry of Energy. I'm going to give opportunity now to the Honorable Member for Christchurch West Central, and I endeavor, as the rule would allow, to give all honorable members an opportunity to raise their business-related questions. So we will operate accordingly in that regard so that we can accommodate honorable members wherever possible. Honorable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask 2 questions, and I will do it in rapid time. I heard you, Minister, and your team spoke limpidly on Friday about the 2,500 loans that you have given since inception. I heard you spoke about the $73 million spent thus far. I went as far as saying that you can create 2 jobs out of business industries, 2 jobs per week. I want to commend you on all this. And I also heard you say that thus far you have created about 3,000 jobs. And it sounds very amazing in its theoretical form. But I represent the fulcrum of Christchurch West Central. And those in Silver Hill, Gull Hill, Vauxhall, Kendall Hill, when I am canvassing, they ask me one question: Minister, why is it such an arduous, sometimes odious, exercise in able to be able to access these loans? I want you to tell those in earshot, especially in the beautiful constituency of Christchurch West Central, what it involves in terms of application process right down to whether they get the loans approved or disapproved. And I want you to elaborate, because they seem not to have the confidence to go to an institution and knock on the door and say, I come for a loan. What are the conditions for these loans? What are the prerequisites? That's what they want to know. And second question, we started in this government in 2018. It probably started in 2019. You will be able to give the details better than myself. Something called a trust loan. Trusting people to trust themselves so they can have a tangible stake in this country. It is noble, to say the least. I don't think it has ever been done in any part of the Western Hemisphere. I want you to go in a granular way and let us know what are the successes, what is the compliance rates, how much persons get loans, how the industries that are created, whether it's cottage or otherwise agriculture, aquaculture, mariculture. I want you to be able to tell the people of Barbados how this has empowered, especially those school leavers. 60% say they have an unequivocal desire to be entrepreneurs. You can elaborate in absolute limpidity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That is an excellent question, and I want to ask first the Manager for Fund Access, Ms. Esther Graham, to begin to answer the question, followed by Mr. Jerry Amos, who is the head of the Trust Loans Program. They have all of those details, I can assure you, and I'm going to ask them to elaborate fully in response to your question.
Good afternoon, Esther Laura Graham, General Manager of Fund Access. I'm glad for the opportunity to explain to you our process and to also explain to you that our rejection rate is under 10%. So that persons, I'm hoping that that means that I can see a lot of persons from your constituency applying then to Fund Access, because the delinquency rate, the rejection rate is only like 10%. Currently, our applications are online, but we do make provision for those persons that have difficulty with technology, because there are some of us that still have difficulty with technology. On our website, we have all the categories of loans. A couple of years ago, we made the decision that we could not be all things for all persons. So there are different categories of loans. So the person accessing the loan for agriculture will not be the same. Will not be the same as the person accessing a loan, let's say, for retail and distribution, or would not be the same for the professional person, or would not be the same for the technology-minded person, the STEM loans. So we have different categories of loans. We even have what we call a business boost, which is garnered for persons that are now starting out in business, have no experience whatsoever, or have been in business for 1 year or less. That program allows us to do extra training, extra fashioning, so that they could then become successful in their businesses. So the applications, as I said, most of them are online. You just go online and you choose the sector that you are in. After you choose the sector, you go through the process, you make the appointment online, an officer contacts you, and you just go through the processes, and they say there's a 90% chance that you'll be successful.
Mr. Amos?
Thank you again, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for the question. As it relates to the process, Minister, we at the Barbados Trust Fund Limited try very hard to ensure that most persons that walk through our door are successfully loans. If we have challenges with persons applying, we try to actually assign some person to that individual to guide them as to how they can become successful, even if they fail at the first attempt. So for us, as it relates to rejections, we almost have a 0% rejection for our applicants. You asked about the history and what the good work of Trust Loans. Over the years, we have disbursed over 4,500 loans to the tune of over $20 million to the persons that apply to Trust Loan. What we are doing, however, going forward is that we are looking to find ways, and I must go back to what the Honourable Member, Mr. Corey Lane, mentioned earlier. We are looking to get into the communities, to get down there, because we know that persons are aware of certain things that may seem easy to some. And we know that we need to go out there, have some discussions with those persons to explain to them the process even better, and also to listen to their ideas, because persons they have excellent ideas, but they don't ever have a chance to share those ideas or to find a way how they can strengthen their proposals. What we are doing going forward, we have a program called Be Your Own Boss. We are partnering with one of the suppliers of equipment to train persons within communities as to how to use this equipment so that they can actually start their own business, and we will guide them as to how they can go about doing so. As relates to the complaints, what we do, we recognize that over the COVID period that there was a significant damage to some businesses. So what we have done is that we, on a case-by-case basis, we decided to actually screen every individual. I have meetings weekly with persons who come to the office, and we actually look to find ways for them to better manage their payments so that we can actually have a return. So that, because we all know that it's a revolving fund and it must be paid back, but we also know that it's very difficult for persons out there at this time. So to ask persons to pay back their overall arrears at this time is extremely unreasonable. So what we do is we ask them to come to a reasonable payment arrangement so that they could keep the business open and we can also get payments coming back into the trust loan.
Just a follow-up, because it seems the application is very perfunctory, but I really want to know, is there any security when any persons present themselves from my constituency? Are they required to walk with $1 million, $1,000, $5, house and land? What do they have to come? Do they have to come with a suit, like a jacket, like my good friend here, or some of these? What is the prerequisites? I just want to know, because they're asking.
No, 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 no. That's the answer. No suit, no $1 million, no house and land. We currently have a suite of security options, ranging from starting from guarantors up to we will take a bill of sale on if there's any equipment or vehicles to be purchased. No, our average loan is $34,000, unlike the trust loan, which averages about $5,000. So you must understand that our clientele are much more advanced than at the trust loan. So unfortunately, we cannot do the trusting. At the trust loan, you get the loan and you get the trusting and you develop a credit history, which then allows you then to approach an agency like Fund Access. But we start from guarantors up to bill of sale on equipment, vehicles, and stuff like that. But the answer is no, 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 and no.
Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start with my question as it relates to the trust loan. A lot of that question has already been answered in the previous response, but I will still ask as it relates to St. Andrew. In the analysis of your numbers for the 3 or 4 years that this trust loan was in place, you would have noticed that there were some areas, some parishes that still remain in the lower percentile as it relates to uptake of these loans. At some point, St. Andrew, for example, was at 3%. My question, therefore, is, are there any strategies, any measures in place, any plans in train to reach out to those areas, not necessarily but the groups, but the areas where there's very low uptake in terms of these trust loans, to double down on getting into those spaces, reaching out to those persons, and perhaps bring the program more to those communities so that more persons that would not have taken up the opportunity in the past can do so now going forward.
What I will share with you is how I have approached it. One of the challenges you have is that many of the people who actually need these services really don't listen to regular news channels or read the paper or what have you. So sometimes they're not aware of the existence of a program. Then when they become aware, they're not sure how accepting it would be because they may not have the details that tells them, no, this is an encouraging, supportive place that you can come and get your loan. So I had this problem in my constituency, so what I did, I went out and I knocked the doors and shared it with people. When they went to do their applications, they had to bring them to the office so that we could make sure that they were meeting all the requirements on that application form, that they were submitting all of the performer invoices that they needed to have attached to the application, and try to send it in as ready as possible. And that makes it faster and easier to get the approval process done. But it means that you have to have either your youth commissioner or somebody from your office or somebody to get out there and get in their ear. Because even though the trust loans will do as much as they can to spread the information, they don't have the network of officers that can go to each parish and go in each village and explain. And I have found personally as an MP that I have to go on the ground and actually talk with my people to help them be aware. Otherwise, they just simply don't know what is available for them and feel left out. So maybe something like that might be helpful to help speed up their inclusion into the particular process, because I have found that trust loans is very responsive. And is the only thing that will stop them is if they've run out of money. They will work with our people, they will work with citizens, they'll work with everyone to make sure that they can participate in that particular program.
Thank you. I just also want to attest to the fact that the program would have reached out. I certainly would have had opportunities in the past to work directly with the program and getting some of my people involved, and most of them would have benefited directly from the loans. And I'm seeing evidence of small businesses growing out in some communities. I guess this is a wider question, and it is a follow-on from the honorable member question who spoke before me. In terms of the outcomes that you were looking for when this program was first envisioned, are you seeing those outcomes in terms of the objectives that you would have set out for, you would set out as this program now is in its fourth year?
I'll let Mr. Amos give you the specific details, but just to say that the objectives for the trust loan was to be able to take that person who could not qualify because they don't have collateral, they don't have a track record, to give them that chance. That was one aim. The second aim was to broaden the inclusion of the ordinary citizen into the economic life of this country. And the terms and conditions that were put on the access to that loan was, you don't need collateral. We're going to give you a few months to get your project going before you have to start repaying, because a business takes time to generate sufficient energy, and then the repayments are low, so that it is not a strain on a growing business. The challenge I think that our clients had was COVID. COVID knocked everything flat. And I'll let Mr. Amos just share with you what has been the experience in terms of the uptake, what has been the situation in terms of performance. And I think he already shared what they're doing in relation to recalibrating given COVID.
Thank you, Minister. MP Spring, as you would know, we would have been in your community some time back to share with your constituents. Is our intentions to continue that with our Let's Start Entrepreneurship program. As we go from community to community, some members of Parliament here would have benefited from our community engagement, and I just think it's something that we need to look at to make sure we can continue that. As it relates to what we'll be seeing coming out of the program, we are proud to brag about the fact that we are actually bringing persons to the stage of export coming out of that program. We had 80-something persons that participated in our Voyager Manifest program to pass over to the Exchange Barbados, and we intend to start another program again in April, to continue this drive. What we are going to do, however, that we recognize that when we have clusters, we now need to bring these clusters together. So we have a cluster of beauty, a beauty cluster, we need to bring that together for our service cluster, so they can work collaboratively together, because it's not only about export, but it's about having the hairdressers use the products that come from our manufacturers that are producing hair products, using the scrubs. So we want to bring those clusters together so they can work together. Those are some things we are seeing coming out. Those synergies being created coming out of what we are doing. From the agriculture side, we have been having some complaints, again, going back to Minister Cattle's point, where they're not having enough products to do, let's say, their wines, their scrubs, the different things that they're doing. So we want to bring the agriculture group together now with the manufacturers so that we can have that synergy going again. So we are seeing some positives coming out of the trust loan. Yes, we know the loans are small, but we know if we work with them, if we help them develop what they're doing, we can see that that sector is going to grow and grow significantly. And we are seeing that drive going forward, and we intend to continue to push in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Amos, and I look forward to working with you some more, certainly at a constituency level. My third and final question, which would have been my first question, it has to do with standards. This morning we spoke extensively about standards. One of the things that one would recognize when seeking to have standards established is the length of time that standards normally take to be established. And I believe that there's a good reason for this. And I would wish to give you the opportunity now to share with this honorable chamber, why standards we have to think through the process it takes the time it takes, and some of the steps involved in establishing standards.
We'll ask Hayden Ryan to just share on what we're doing in relation to standards. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister, and through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. Now, to describe the standards development process, I think that would lend some help, just in a quick summary. Now, the standards by nature are developed by consensus. In that, it's not just the team at BNSI sitting, having technical input to standards. No, we want to involve a balanced stakeholder group, depending on the standard being developed. And that consensus process has to be transparent. It has to include all the stakeholders of interest, including the public. So the international average to develop standards is 18 months. And again, that is from the time the request comes in for a particular standard to be developed, where we first look, if we don't have one nationally, we look to the region, and then we look to the international community, just to get the framework for developing the standards. Again, standards which are critical to our national development, you need to have ventilated throughout the stakeholders any impact, any requirements that they may have to do to adjust their business practices. So once that process is completed, then there's a technical level of approval through our board of directors, and then it goes on to a higher level of approval, where then finally standards are gazetted nationally and adopted as national standards. So there's a process by which, if we are not accountable to, and we're not transparent with, then all of the agreements that we've signed on to, including the World Trade Organization agreement, including the good regulatory practices, we want to make sure that we're in keeping with our international agreements. And when they look onto Barbados and the way in which we develop standards, it is found to be in keeping with international best practice. So the norm in terms of the time for standards development, depending on the standard, is 18 months. But you would appreciate that the speed of which is dependent on the input of the stakeholders, the input of the private sector, the input of any industries or businesses who may have, an impact of this standard. So that's the way it's developed within our standards development process. I hope this answers, Minister.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have passed our time set, but I want to give the Honorable Member for St. Michael East 2 minutes to ask your questions. Please put them all one time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Probably your response is a question of conscience. I heard a lot about enfranchisement, but you don't speak about enfranchisement unless you understand that somebody was disenfranchised. And the debate about enfranchisement and transformation seems to be impregnated with a form of fear, of trying to understand exactly what we are trying to address, and then try to correct the imbalances in the system that need to be addressed at this specific time. I try to see if we can package this in one question. And some of the questions I might ask would not require an answer. The linguist will be able to tell a rhetorical question. So it's not a genuine question. Economic enfranchisement, and using generalizations that we are trying to make sure that Barbadians confuses the argument. There is a specific type of Barbadians that is in need of the support of a trust fund. Reality. You don't have to go into demographics or anything like that. There's a specific type. It is very difficult to put, I know what you want me to do. It's very difficult in a market as it stands now, with all the complexities, with all the corrupt nature of the history of the market itself, to be able to inject a $5,000 into a fund and tell me the ultimate objective is to give that body an opportunity to get into mainstream economic development, that is fallacy. Nothing truth about that. And if it was true before COVID, it can't be true now. So you could, even if you injected that as an experiment, prior COVID, with all the high cost of living and the great challenges now, I feel like the government, and I put this to the public service directly, the ministry will have to answer, the government need to relook. The government need to relook, because if those people don't constantly put back either stock or cash into the development of that $5,000 trust fund, the business will collapse. Some of those businesses already got off the ground with the $5,000. But I, at that time, respect it as an experiment. And I don't know what the figures are saying, but I don't want you all to believe that because you gave $5,000 prior to COVID, that $5,000 really helped to develop any businessmen and graduate them to being called entrepreneurs and pat yourself on the back for some great achievement. The other thing that I want to say, probably through not the trust fund, what is being called now? Fund access. Not that popular as a financial institution. I don't know what the limits of the injection for investment. I don't know. But I know once we had an institution called the Barbados National Bank and the Barbados Development Bank, and there were a number of businesses that were established, not with the same objective that I was suggesting to you all that need to be foremost. Because I'm very clear about that objective that the Afro-Barbadian must be brought center stage in the economic development of Barbados. So I'm telling you about the Barbadian nothing, because there are people who are self-empowered. There are people who are self-empowered as a consequence of the history of this country, and your job, what you're offering at the trust fund, has nothing to do with their lives. Nothing to do with their lives. Even if you try to rationalize it, it has nothing to do with their lives. When they donate $5,000, $500,000 to people if they want to do it, they want $5,000. So I know what we're talking about. But I feel I need to know what is the limits of the, this not called? I trust no man. The fund access. And if the Barbados National Bank could not do it based on the comments that I heard when the shares in the Barbados National Bank was being distributed to the general public, if the Barbados National Bank could not do it, and the Barbados Development Bank could not do it, do you consider the amount of funds being made available? I'll tell you the positions with the trust loan already. Do you consider the amount of funds available and the different categories being offered in the other fund relevant in terms of bringing about a transformation? And that would tie back into some of the questions that were asked before. If you're seeing any positive indicators that you're achieving what you set about to achieve. But I would like to believe that comprehensive concepts were tossed around in the formation of both institutions that I'm making mention of. And I just want to know now if you are seeing positive signs, or do you have a limitation, or what time you expect to see positive signs in achieving what you set about to achieve. I hope I make it. I try to package it, sir. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thanks for landing the plane.
Before the colleagues come in, let me just deal with the policy framework for these two entities. So Trust Loans is providing loans in the first instance of $5,000, and then if you are able to repay that $5,000, then you come back and you can get a further injection of $10,000. If you repay that, you can come back. But the conceptualization, and I understand what the honorable member is referring to in terms of the experiment, and I think if we were to go back to the framing of how these two entities were first established, they were established for the purpose of building a trust economy. And you mentioned persons who don't necessarily fit into this space. And when we look at what was done, I believe, under the Honorable Minister, as it was at the time, Dwight Sutherland, these were people who would not be able to ordinarily walk into any commercial institution and qualify for a bank because they did not have, qualify for a loan, they did not have a credit history, they didn't have collateral, they had nothing that they could put up to be able to qualify them for a loan, because that's what this is. This was meant to be able to create the starting point, not the ultimate, the starting point for those persons to begin to enter the formal banking system. You trust me with a little bit, then you begin to earn trust with a lot. And so we start with 5,000, then we get to 10,000. And Trust Loans is the introductory space for that trust economy. Then it's meant to go up to Fund Access. Fund Access, you have loans that go up to a certain level of capitalization as well. This year, we have been talking about ensuring that Fund Access is able to lend up more $100,000 loans because we did not have a lot of uptake of that in the last few years, largely as a result of what businesses were facing with COVID. Then you have above the $250,000 tier, you have the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited. All three of those are entities that the government has ensured that people at different ends of the life cycle are able to grow their business, having started somewhere, and then have the opportunity, once they're able to grow those businesses, that they're able then to face a commercial bank or then even be able to attract equity investment. So what we call it, the ecosystem, is being built out to allow people to start somewhere. And you're right, Honorable Member, when you speak about the persons who have been disenfranchised. as the starting point for those who are now being enfranchised. And so there has to be that engagement through these two entities. You know, it's funny that you started out there because I'll tell a brief story. My mother came home from church yesterday and she was telling me about a lady who always talks about me. And whenever she sees me in the public space, she calls me one of her own, largely because she remembers being the officer in the student revolving loan when my mom first went with me and I was to go off to university. I would not have been able to go if it had not been before the provision of mechanisms like the student revolving loan. And so now she's able to see where her approval has led her. And so she takes great pride in being able to say, I invested in that young lady. I made sure that she was able to go to university overseas and that was part of my contribution, because there are hundreds of thousands inevitably like me all across Barbados. In the same way, the trust loans is that mechanism for people who are going into business, where the officers at the Trust Loans Program, Trust Fund Limited, are able to start with people who then they can graduate up to fund access and up to other entities like Enterprise Growth Fund. I want to just also take the opportunity to say that as it relates to fund access, because there is an appetite for financing that is not often as strong as we would want it to be in the business community and certainly in the banking sector. And we have started a process as we speak of working to recapitalize fund access to be able to have it do even more and to do more both in terms of loans and, as you describe it, an injection, not as a loan that is to be paid back, but as equity to be able to advance or to expand the scope of what businesses are able to do. And one of the things about having that equity injection in these businesses is also about providing the technical assistance that goes along with skills of persons who have access to capital. So if I have a business that's worth $10,000, and I want to be able to grow that business to $100,000 and I have a time frame for that, I may be able to attract a partner who is able to come and inject that capital. They're not looking for a short-term return. They may be looking for a long return, but in so doing, they both have the cash and the expertise, and in some instances, the successes of having been able to build businesses that are scalable and have done well over time. And I get the benefit of both capital and skill. That's what's happening with all of these institutions in the Ministry of Energy and Business, and even more. But I think that there's room for a lot of what you have said in the revitalization and the reformalization of what is happening here. But I'm going to ask actually both of them, both Jerry Amos, if he can, as well as Fund Access, because you mentioned the Barbados National Bank, and the chairman of the Barbados Fund Access is not here, but a few weeks ago, we did have the 25th anniversary of Fund Access, and the chairman articulated what is a very clear vision for the development of this institution, and I had the opportunity to speak with him over the weekend in his absence from today's deliberations, and there is quite a lot of work that we expect that we will be doing on Fund Access going forward in collaboration with both the chairman and the team led by the general manager. But Esther Graham, followed by Jerry Amos.
Good afternoon once again. To answer the question about the successes of Fund Access, we would have mentioned to you, and one of your members would have alluded to it earlier, about the $75 million that we have put into the Barbadian economy, creating an average of 2 jobs per week. Fund Access can be proud of its successes. There are several in your constituency, sir. What we have been doing over the years, we have learned from the coconut vendor to the professional gym trainer. We have seen our businesses move from backyard gyms to state-of-the-art studio gyms. We have seen persons move from having a business in a spare bedroom to employing upwards of 20-something persons right now. We have seen persons that came in and borrowed money just to buy a vacuum cleaner and some equipment to start a cleaning business, now employing upwards of 40 persons with 3 and 4 trucks with their name emblazoned on it, and the recipient of several government contracts. Those are the types of successes that Fund Access has had. And while we talk about all the jobs we have created, those are the jobs that we would have created when the businesses started. So I've just told you about persons that move from employing 2 persons to 40 persons to 20 persons to 30 persons. So even if we have lost some businesses along the way, these entities that would have been so successful would have more than made up for it. So these jobs are still in existence today in terms of the numbers. We have pharmacies that started out with just the pharmacists, and now they have 2 and 3 locations, and they are employing many persons. So that is the level of success that we can brag about. If you're talking about where we are going, the minister just alluded to it. But we have a definite plan to even enfranchise, the word that you don't like, our clients even more. And we believe that we are on the right path, and we believe that we have made a sizable contribution to the Barbadian economy over the years.
Thank you, Minister, for your question. As it relates to the Bars Trust Fund, I take your point clearly, Minister, as it relates to the MP Prescott, as it relates to the $5,000. What we look at is, we know, as a matter of fact, for some businesses that $5,000 cannot start a business, but we have businesses that we can enhance, whether it be through technology, whether it be a piece of equipment that they're enhancing the business with. And what we have found out, and your colleague that's sitting to your right, have one of his constituents who he started her business, and now she's getting ready for export with that $5,000. She started when she first came to us. I want to call her name. She was actually catching water from the standpipe to make her products. Now she is doing very, very well, and she has her products bottled, labeled, all the standards tested by BNSI, all the product development by our consultants, and she is one of the first clients that will be going over to Export Barbados to have her products export out to Barbados. And that started with our 5,000. Yes, there are a lot of clients who would have come to us, and we enhanced the business, you rightfully said. But we are working with what we have for the moment, and we recognize now that, as you said, post-COVID, that things have gotten extremely more expensive, and we probably need to look at that. That is a policy decision by the government of Barbados, and I think that needs to be left right there for me at this point in time. But I must say that we are working with that $5,000. We are doing all the business development support around our clients to try to make sure that they're successful.
Just want to assure the ministers and the staff, probably my framing of the question, if you can say it, was that with the intention of assisting you in recapitalizing, but not with the same limitations that you have at present. It is impossible to tell me it was right pre-COVID to invest in 40,000 and tell me that the cost of living has escalated significantly, and still believe that you can inject the same 5,000 that had been devalued substantially and not start off at a great disadvantage. So I would just put in a case for the ministry to the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister that there must be some reconsideration of the financing of both institutions and extending the limitation to face the realities of today.
Chairman, just to give the honourable member the assurance that the Honourable Prime Minister has been very clear, especially as it relates to the Trust Fund Limited, that it is something that must continue, and the capitalization, the recapitalization of the entity is an absolute priority for this government. And so I want to make sure that I give that assurance.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael East, and thank you, Honourable Minister and team. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and report progress to His Honour the Speaker.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2 p.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 2 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2 p.m.
This House is in Standing Finance Committee. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is my honor to present the Energy Division of the Ministry of Energy and Business. This is, I think, one of the things that we are very clear on as a government as the growth sector of the future. It is the opportunity for national transformation to take place within the context of our renewable energy agenda. And I think it is very clear to all who have been following the position taken by this government that the energy sector, in particular, our renewable energy agenda, is meant to position Barbados not just to meet our climate change goals in terms of our net zero transition, but also our sustainable development goals, ensuring that Barbados as a small island developing state is able to effect what we call a just transition. A transition that isn't just about the sectors, it isn't just about photovoltaic panels, it isn't just about wind energy, but it is also about creating a space where people can thrive. A just transition where new jobs can be created, a just transition where new training and education opportunities are created for our people, and with it, new opportunities for enfranchisement and economic empowerment. And so this is the agenda of the government of Barbados as executed by this ministry in collaboration with our stakeholder partners. Our stakeholder partners are both local and global. But I'm going to start, first of all, with the team that on a daily basis takes responsibility for leading this government's energy agenda. I am joined, I believe, earlier as we navigated the business sector. We had Permanent Secretary Jennifer Hunt, who is to my left. To my right now, this afternoon, I am joined by Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Andrew Gittins. Also from the ministry at Central Government, I am joined by the Director of Natural Resources, Mr. Jamar White, the Chief Project Analyst, Mr. Brian Haynes, the Chief Energy Officer, Mr. William Hines. We also have with us the Program Manager for the Smart Energy Fund, Ms. Rosalind Griffith. From the Barbados National Oil Company Limited, we have the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. James Brown, and I wish to offer apologies for the absence of Chairman, Mr. Vic Fernandes, who is presiding as we speak over the monthly board meeting for the Barbados National Oil Company. We also have with us the Chief Executive Officer, the General Manager of the National Petroleum Corporation, Ms. Michelle Smith. We also have members who were here earlier this morning who remain with us on the business side. The General Manager for Barbados Fund Access. They are here as the executing agency with responsibility for the Smart Energy Program and the Smart Energy Fund. And of course, an entity that is known to most, the Fair Trading Commission, represented today by their chairman, Ms. Tammy Bryan, and their CEO, Ms. Marsha Okechi. So we have a complete team that is here with us today, and they will be guiding us through the various elements of what this ministry has been doing. But I want to start by highlighting some of the accomplishments of this ministry. Oftentimes when we talk about energy in the public space, there is a conversation around photovoltaic panels, connections to the grid, Barbados Light and Power and expansion of the grid, but there is so much more that is being done by the Ministry of Energy, and I want to take a few moments in my opening to share what those things are. As you would recall, Mr. Chairman, last year in the budget presentation by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Householders' Right to Renewable Energy Program was launched. That program gave householders the right to install up to 10 kilowatts of renewable energy on their homes. And an entire electric portal was established that now manages that process. It makes it easier for persons who are applying for that right to renewable energy to submit and to manage their application. So far, over the last year, a total of 198 householders have been registered. We also, in partnership with the Ministry and the Fair Trading Commission, have worked extensively on power purchase agreements. These power purchase agreements pair the Barbados Light and Power as a monopoly service provider with a range of investors and independent power producers in both solar, wind, biomass, and other forms of renewable energy. And so power purchase agreements for renewable energy systems under 10 megawatts have been completed in collaboration with the FTC. The former minister who preceded me, the Honorable Kerry Simmons, would have in one of his last bodies of work prior to exiting the ministry and transferring over to a new area of responsibility, led the charge to create the Electricity Supply Bill. This is the first comprehensive reform legislatively of the electricity supply legislation that has taken place in decades. This body of work is presently with the Chief Parliamentary Council for review. Once that comes back to the ministry, we will begin the process of consultations that is expected to take between 4 to 6 weeks. Once we have completed those consultations, we then will take an amended document back up to Cabinet for Cabinet's consideration and hopefully approval. And then finally, that draft will be resubmitted to the Chief Parliamentary Council for final preparation in readiness for Parliament and its final approval. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry, in collaboration with the FTC, has also finalized a PPA in draft on a green energy park biomass project, and we are hoping that between these two partners that they can conclude negotiations on the commercial terms, which will then be subject to the approval of the FTC. There has also been an electricity grid storage policy for the RE sector, which was approved by Cabinet, and that is currently being implemented, and the Fair Trading Commission is working on tariffs for storage. Now, earlier this morning, before coming to this honorable chamber, I had the privilege of opening the Energy Storage Forum in partnership with USAID, a support program with the US government. And there we talked extensively about the challenges being faced by countries like Barbados on the issues relating to storage and the support being offered by partners like the US, like USAID, to those countries to respond to that. And each time we have a conversation around what is happening with grid stability, grid modernization, and grid storage, they're all interconnected themes that are occupying the attention of the ministry. And what do I mean when I say that? As I described this morning at the USAID Government of Barbados Ministry of Energy event on storage, I gave the example, Mr. Chairman, of when you plug in a number of items into a switch, perhaps not very different to this. I believe this switch here, this strip here, has 6 plugs, and we were describing what happens if I were to plug my washing machine, my dryer, my microwave, my stove, my oven, and my curling iron all into that strip. What would happen? And the description that I gave this morning, this is based on what the engineers attempting to simplify it in the public space. We have been looking at how we explain this in a simplified way. If you were to plug all of those things into a single strip, it simply would trip. And you would either have to expand your electricity breaker, or you would have to plug some things out. And quite simply, our grid is the equivalent of this 6-strip plug outlet in front of me, where we have to now manage how much more we onboard onto the grid before we then get into expansion. And so we are at that stage where we have to expand the grid. There must be a modernization program for the grid, and we are very much actively engaged in those conversations with the Barbados Light and Power. Equally so, what that has meant is that there has been an equivalent conversation with storage, so that we are then in a position where, as we onboard more and more systems onto the grid, that is being balanced to ensure stability with access to storage. Mr. Chairman, in 2022, the offshore licensing round was launched, and we are expecting that before the end of this quarter of the financial year 2023, that we will actually begin the bid round. And so we're looking forward to having that engagement, and that relates specifically to our offshore oil and gas blocks, and there are 26 of them. We will be speaking a little bit more during the course of today's presentation on those things. Draft content, local content legislation has been completed and is currently being reviewed by the ministry. That is a collaboration which is underway with the Commonwealth Secretariat and with the India Fund, and we have held, at least very recently, 3 weeks ago, a local content workshop where the Commonwealth Secretariat and their team joined us here in Barbados to collaborate with our entire business community, service providers, to ensure that there is that component of local content in all investment. There have been, to date, 3 workshops, and as I mentioned before, the last of which was held here in Barbados just 3 weeks ago. I mentioned, Chairman, that we have with us the representative from the Smart Energy Fund, and it is under the umbrella of that fund that the government, under this ministry, has procured additional electric buses for the Barbados Transport Board. One of the things that we've talked about a lot as a government is what happened when we first came to office in 2018 and the state of the fleet of the Barbados Transport Board. Not only were we looking to have an expansion and an upgrade of the fleet, but in this instance, we were seeking to ensure that that upgrade was consistent with our renewable energy targets. And so the procurement of electric buses for the Transport Board has been done under the Energy Smart Fund. This fund has also been recapitalized and expanded to include SMEs. And as a result, it provides grants and low-interest loans to enterprises in the renewable energy sector. Ms. Esther Graham, who is here from Fund Access, will be in a position to speak about what has happened there under the project, as well as the project team leader. We have also, in recent months, made amendments to the offshore petroleum legislation, in particular dealing with the environmental impact assessment approval period. You may recall that under the existing legislation, time period for completion was well over 365 days. We have now truncated that time frame to allow for parallel processes, which would allow us to have the licensing, consultations, and fiscal frameworks developed within under 150 days. This draft legislation will also allow us to have the 2022 licensing round, which has already been launched, and provide for new fast-track licensing procedures in the sector. Under the ministry, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 agencies as well, and they will be speaking in great detail a little later. I'll start first with the work of the National Petroleum Corporation. There is an ongoing project relating to pipeline replacements, and that is ongoing across Barbados in different parts of the country. Right, what we're doing now is retiring aged pipeline, much as has been done for the Barbados Water Authority and is ongoing for the Barbados Water Authority. The same thing applies to the National Petroleum Corporation. I think perhaps one of the things that the Barbados Water Authority has spoken about in great length, and the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, who is Minister with responsibility for the Barbados Water Authority, also has spoken about how much lost water there is as a result of aged infrastructure. The same applies, Mr. Chairman, to the National Petroleum Corporation. In a recent retreat a week ago, together with BNOCL and MPC, one of the officers described non-revenue water. And we all chuckled because we said that is a very diplomatic way of saying water loss, water leakages. And that is what MPC has been dealing with. They're working with aged pipelines, and that is contributing to loss and unaccounted for gas. They're looking also to enhance the grid presence in the network and to enhance public safety measures due to the stability of the pipeline. So in the same way that we have been describing, again, the Barbados Water Authority, some of the infrastructure in this pipeline has been in the system for over 30 years. We are now embarked on a program to upgrade and to change out that pipeline. The Public Finance Management Act is something that, from a governance perspective, has been a part of the suite of measures implemented by this government starting in 2019 with that legislation, and it requires all of the agencies to provide reports in designated formats and designated timeframes. And so what we found when we came was that up annual reports. There were 7 outstanding annual reports, and we are now working on ensuring that we can complete all of the annual reports, annualizing the work of the entity up to 2022, which then will position us to be in a position to complete the annual report for this financial year, because each year has to build on the previous year. The MPC is also engaging, Mr. Chairman, in meter calibration. This has been outstanding since 2016, and this facilitates the checking of all the meters in the system to determine meter effectiveness. This is work which is ongoing and is designed to ensure gas measurement accuracy in the meters, in particular those that are located at residences or businesses. It also, Mr. Chairman, has an impact on non-revenue gas. In terms of the BNOCL, we have an entity, Mr. Chairman, that has a solid customer base of close to 300 customers in the domestic RE space, and this is since 2020. We also have fuel contracts for a number of the majors, including Sol and the Barbados Light and Power, in particular fuel oil, and this is critical in ensuring that we can mitigate the supply risks that have been created as a result of the absence of a storage tank at Holborn. We also have been working, Mr. Chairman, extensively with BNOCL, and we are preparing to meet with the suppliers very shortly, because we understand that with the fluctuation in global oil prices and the global shortages in some instances of what we describe as dirty ships to be able to transport fuel oil, fuel products generally, that there has to be some level of energy security inbuilt into our negotiations. And so we are working through what that looks like with our supply partners. We also have successfully won the tendering, which is part of the expansion of the business lines of the BNOCL, and we are now partnering with the BNOCL and the National Petroleum Corporation to ensure that we can provide bunkering services to ships in the Bridgetown port. This is a part of the commercial portfolio to expand the revenue base of these entities, so that as more and more ships are using cleaner fuels, that we in Barbados will not just be able to produce locally, but we're also able to import for re-export as part of that transshipment hub that our Prime Minister has articulated. Mr. Chairman, there's so much more that I could share over time, including the work which is being done by the MPC up at Sam North Castle to be able to onboard new suppliers like a brand new hotel. The work that is being done also to bring new commercial customers onto the pipeline with the National Petroleum Corporation, so that we are able to use cleaner forms of fuel, specifically natural gas over diesel. Those are among the things that we are presently working on. And over the course of the rest of the evening, Mr. Chairman, we will be sharing more and more of the work that this ministry is doing to position Barbados for its energy future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your overview. Just let me, for the benefit of those who are joining us for the first time as part of this debate, just let me go through the rules for you. The Minister has 5 minutes to respond to any questions. Members of the team have 3 minutes to respond to a question that may be asked, directed at them. Honorable members are very familiar with the procedure, but just let me reiterate, you have 3 minutes. Your questions to the minister should not exceed 3 minutes. You are allowed a follow-up question as well. You have a total of 3 questions each member can ask. And I would ask that while we would want to give our questions some context, that we do not, if you exhaust your full 3 minutes with the preamble to the question, then you will obviously, the chair will have to act accordingly. Honorable member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister and team. I fully support your opening statement, especially to the importance of the Ministry of Energy against the backdrop of
Before you move on, Honorable Minister, I wanted to say this. I want members to speak into the mic so that you are absolutely clear for both persons recording and for the members of the teams that are here so that we're absolutely clear on what you are saying. Thank you.
Especially against the backdrop of our national energy policy, which states that we will seek to have energy independence and carbon neutrality by 2030. At this time, in my mind, I think that policy was forward-thinking and progressive, especially with what's happening in global affairs today with the Russia-Ukraine war and increased post-COVID demand for goods and services. So it's against this backdrop that we've seen in this fiscal year alone, our oil imports, cost of oil imports increase essentially double over what it was in the previous fiscal year. So this policy is of tantamount importance to a small island developing state like Barbados. But I see two things that can impede our progress here, and this leads to my first question. Now, in your opening statement, Minister, you did make mention of seeking to look at storage solutions as it pertains to having grid connections. So in this first question, as you're very aware, the Barbados Light and Power has indicated that they will be unable to support further interconnections to the grid, specifically from renewable sources, due to the same very grid instability that you mentioned in your opening statement. So that I would think is an impediment to our policy, our energy policy. What does the Ministry of Energy have planned to facilitate that to get moving again?
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. We have a challenge, as you have quite rightly described, with regard to energy storage, but let me put that in context first. So we have an Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan, the IIRP, which was done in 2021. The IIRP outlines that Barbados needs 280 megawatts of storage, and that is by 2030. We presently have approximately 5 megawatts of storage on the grid. So let's start there. There's a gap immediately between the 5 megawatts that we currently have and the 280 megawatts that we need. So that's the starting point. What we have started to do with the Barbados Light and Power is navigate what that should look like, what level of investment is going to be required to enable us to meet the targets that we have set. Barbados Light and Power, in their engagements with us as a ministry and with us as a government more broadly, they have indicated to us that if we were to procure at this point 200 megawatts in the interim of battery storage, that should account for approximately $800 million in an investment. That is in addition to the additional investment that is required for the grid modernization and expansion of other works that they need to undertake. So it is a sizable investment, but I'm going to ask also other members of the team to speak about not just what we have determined as the energy mix, because as you would know, we have the energy mix which speaks about renewables and from different sources, including solar, PV, wind, and other sources. But we have begun a conversation internal to the ministry about what the storage mix also needs to look like. Once upon a time, we were discussing the issue of storage purely from a perspective of battery storage. Now, at the ministry level, we are looking at the different types of storage that may be available to be able to meet our needs. And why? The issue that we have begun to navigate, and we have a team of consultants also advising the Fair Trading Commission, and they function separately on the outside of the ministry, but we're going to invite them for as much as they can say, given that they are a quasi-judicial agency, what they want to add to the question of the storage mix. But what we have found in our analysis coming into the ministry is that, Chairman, the average shelf life, the average lifespan of a lithium-ion battery is between 7 to 10 years at maximum. 7 years on average, 10 years maximum. And so on that basis, the average rate of return on that battery would mean that the costs that would be inbuilt into producing electricity with a battery storage system would be significantly higher than we would want them to be. And so on that basis, the ministry is presently determining what our storage mix would be. Of that 200 megawatts of storage that we need, how much of it should be batteries? How much of it should be issues relating to pump storage? There are, based on our consultants' advice to us, there are emerging technologies that we expect to see enter the market in 3 to 4 years. And do we leave investment space available for us to be able to procure those technologies within a 3 to 4 year time frame, given that the lifespan of the batteries is only 7 to 10 in principle? So those are all some of the policy considerations that we're navigating as a ministry and in partnership with our stakeholders. The final part of it, Mr. Chairman, is that, and before I hand over to the team, the final part of it is that there are some real procurement issues that we are also navigating as a country. It is very difficult to procure on the global supply chain access to batteries. And the batteries, the wait time, we are advised by entities, including the Barbados Light and Power, is between 18 to 24 months at a time. In some instances, we are also affected by the challenges of size and scale. What Barbados may think is a sizable investment in 200 megawatts may actually be small when compared to what is being procured to much larger economies. And so we are navigating what that may need to look like in terms of collaborating with partners as well as international development agencies. But I'm going to hand over to my permanent secretary, followed by the FTC, and then I'm probably going to ask Mr. Brian Haynes to give a brief comment as it relates to the IIRP.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Chairman, honorable members, my name is Andrew Gittins. I'm Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy. I think the Minister would have covered the area pretty well, but I just want to raise two points that I think, well, is a fact that the storage is a challenge for the policy, and clearly,
speak into the mic.
And clearly, would have some constraints in terms of us reaching some numbers we would like to reach. There are two issues that I like to highlight to this Honorable House. The one is that not all of the feeders have reached that terminal limit. So while there are some feeders and there's some applications which may be on hold pending the upgrade of the grid and storage, there's some areas where you still get an approval. So only as recently as last week, we approved or recommend approval for 250 megawatt system. So it's not all the feeders. There are about 52 plus feeders across Barbados, and there may be 7 or 8 that have reached the terminal limit. So there's still capacity being added to the grid, and that is one of the ways we are working around the issue. The other issue is that the government would have committed to a policy for each household a right to renewable energy, and one of the things we've agreed to with the utilities is that we will reserve a part of that capacity on all the feeders for householders, so as to ensure that the smaller size systems will continue to be added to the system. So while it will be a challenge for some of the bigger systems, the smallest household types, 10 kilowatt, 15, they're still being added on the system. So those are totally ways that we're working in trying to ensure that the policy is kept on track. The one that the minister referred to also is we're working with the utility company in terms of trying to have storage on the grid, and we are collaborating with them, and the government have agreed that we would approach it with the utility and approach it as an opportunity for own ownership. So it's not that the utility will be the only company involved, but we are looking to invest and use local Barbadians as well as state entities to be involved in this process. So this is ongoing. We've received applications for storage licenses, and as the minister indicated, the policy was approved by Cabinet in March last year, and the FTC is currently working on tariffs. So those are some of the measures that we are currently implementing to ensure that the policy of 100% renewable by 2030 is not derailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair. I would want first crave your indulgence in terms of tackling the question from two perspectives.
Just before you proceed, and this is for the benefit of all persons, members of the team, you introduce yourself first and give the office you hold in the particular agency or institution.
Thank you for that reminder, because the minister called my name incorrectly. So my name is Marsha Atherley Ikechi. I am the CEO of the Fair Trading Commission. So going back, I said I want to tackle the question from two perspectives. One, in terms of broadening the discussion as it relates to storage and the part that it plays in the entire mix. Storage is but one segment of the transformation initiative. We have to look at the broader picture in the terms of bringing renewables onto the grid in the first place, and then ensuring that the grid is stable. The utility in and of itself is required to provide a certain level of service to Barbadians. We know that Barbadians have become accustomed to a certain level of service. When that does not obtain, then there is that outfall. So in order for us to be able to get to that level of service that is required, when we are at the same time introducing renewables, we have to do what is called grid modernization. We have to look at the control systems in place. We have to look at the transmission and distribution network. We have to look at all those things that allows the grid to remain stable 24/7. That is not an easy undertaking. It is technically challenged because it is about balancing. And the reality is, when you have a commodity that you are using to service the Republic of Barbados with, that does not allow ordinarily for storage to take place, then you have to look at these things. So it is really a product on demand. How do you do that? Then you have to look at things like variability of voltage. Those things, you have to use something called a synchronous condenser to be able to address those fluctuations in frequency and voltage. That is a must. You have to then increase the capacity of the transmission system. So you heard the PS speaking about feeders, only a few of them being at the maximum. But if we are going to look at 100% renewables, that means that the feeder sizes that we currently have are inadequate to serve the purpose. Because invariably over time, there'll be more and more feeders that require upgrading, that are reaching their thermal capacity limits. So we have to be able to do that groundwork in terms of increasing the capacity of those feeders. That is largely a job that has to be undertaken by the utility of itself. If I turn now to, and then there's the issue of transformers, how is that done? How can those be procured? Again, there's an issue of supply at this particular juncture. So those things, they go hand in hand, but how do we get to that point? Storage, on the other hand, we are at the point of developing a storage framework that will actually speak to the tariffs. Only one component, critical though it be, is only one component of that. The concern that the Commission has relative to storage and seeking to procure significant quantities of storage up front is the cost element that the Minister spoke to earlier. There are a number of different technologies that are either available to us now or in train that we believe may mitigate that significant impact, that $800 million that was spoken about earlier. For example, there's something called a flow battery, which not tried and true and tested at this particular point, but we believe it will become commercially viable in about 3 or 4 years' time. The other thing I believe you would have heard a few years ago, there was a lot of discussion about pump storage. That was Professor Hallmeyer, and he raised that issue. Again, the cost and the infrastructure outlay that has to take place for that to become a reality, that is a significant undertaking. So either way you cut it, storage is expensive. So then we turn then to how does the commission, in terms of developing a tariff, find that balance that allows for storage to take place, but at the same time, recognizing that ultimately the customer will have to pay for that storage. We are of the view that it has to be an incremental rollout so that as we go further out and newer technologies become more competitive in terms of price, we will have access to those, as opposed to procuring everything upfront or committing or ordering upfront and then being locked into that particular arrangement. So those are some of the things that we will really need to be able to understand. The commission has an onus at the end of the day to ensure that whatever it does in terms of setting rates, we take into account the impact on the consumer. That is part of our assessment. That is part of what we have to do, because if it is onerous, it is going to have an impact across the length and breadth of Barbados. Not only on the end consumer, it's going to have an impact on business, it's going to have an impact on how we engage other entities external to us. How do we strike that balance? It is not an easy undertaking, but that is something that we have to work toward.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Brian Haynes. I am the Chief Project Analyst in the Ministry of Energy and Business. My discourse will focus primarily on the Integrated Resource and Resiliency Plan. This work was done between 2021 and approved in 2022. And it focused on a number of resources, including as well as storage, and how we would manage those resources in the implementation of the energy policy. In that regard, the scenario, there were 3 scenarios, and as a result of that work, scenario 3, which dealt with firm forced-in renewables such as biomass and more diversity such as wind and so on, was included into the scenario. The important thing with respect to storage is that it identified the importance of what type of services the particular storage is expected, storage technology is expected to bring. So in the very short run, in 2023, 2024, and we remember we are dealing with long-term planning. So in the very short run, we are talking about 43, 44 megawatts of storage. We discussed at length during that work what types of storage technologies we could deploy. Those include 3-hour and 4-hour batteries, look at compressed air. Of course, Minister mentioned pump storage, and these types of technologies were discussed. In our discussions, as PS would have mentioned, we would have come up out of that work identifying a policy for storage. And from that, we are looking to develop the approach towards storage and the development of the resources to deal with IRP. For instance, a maximum of 20 to 25 megawatts of biomass by 2025 is targeted within the plan. And then we are talking about landfill gas plants of 1 megawatt and waste to energy of 8 megawatts. The plan, I would just mention, the plan had an investment cost of $2.59 billion over the period. Therefore, however, it must be taken into consideration that we spend within a 5-year period much more than that. And this is to be recovered over 25 years, 30 years of the life of the assets being considered. So I will rest there, honorable ministers.
Thank you. Actually, I'm the FCC CEO. I will not attempt to pronounce your name and make that same mistake. But you answered my second question, which it recognizes that the Barbados State and Power, before they make any investment, they have to seek a rate of return, desirable rate of return. And I'm glad to hear that you will seek some balance which will help small businesses and consumers who will ultimately have to bear the burden of those increased costs. And we know that it's breaking some of their backs. So I'm encouraged to hear that you will seek that balance in their interests. So my third question, since you answered the second one, pertains to natural gas. Now, my constituents demand that I tackle this again. Since last estimates, I posed this question to the honorable member from St. James Central. And at that time, it was expressed from the Ministry of Energy that natural gas was seen more as a bridging fuel. Now, as the honorable minister so eloquently described the current global crisis, especially as it pertains to batteries. So I think that we have to look at natural gas not only as a bridging fuel, but a serious source of clean energy. So I'm encouraged to hear that the ministry is going to be engaging in exploration, which will lower the input costs for natural gas. Because currently, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Honorable Minister, we import in its liquid form and then we gasify, which is very expensive. But my question in the short term, until we can reap some benefits from cheaper input costs, is that I'm thinking of the Eagle Hall especially the Eagle Hall and the Batsford Road area, which is in my constituency and shared by my brother from the city of Bridgetown, where there are a lot of commercial connections. And as I was told from the honorable member from St. James Central, that commercial connections do fetch a better return for MPC. So is there any way that in these areas where you have a lot of businesses and right behind them are many residences like the Orleans and Richmond, Barbary Hill, these residents become frustrated because they know that their connection's there on the front road, but they themselves cannot get access. Is there any way that we can leverage the profitability of these commercial connections so that the people in the back can benefit?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, honorable member. I am going to ask a combination of the National Petroleum Corporation, which supplies gas locally, and the Barbados National Oil Company that imports the gas that you spoke about, to answer the question once I have just given a brief overview. Now, you are quite right. We import the vast majority of our natural gas resources, and the BNOCL, when they speak, they will tell you about the status of our existing natural gas wells here in Barbados and what kind of investment is necessary for us to be able to literally pump, pun intended, into those natural gas wells now in order to be able to expand our local production. And in the absence of that immediate injection of capital and investment into our natural gas wells, that we are indeed, as you have quite rightly said, importing the bulk of our natural gas. Now, MPC, and we're here in New York Parliament, and sometimes we don't get these opportunities to share some of the real challenges that these entities encounter, and then how that in turn translates into costs to the public or costs to institutions. And the MPC will tell you that natural disasters like hurricanes in the north of the Caribbean can result in disruptions to that imported supply to the extent that we could see a multi-million-dollar increase in the cost of shipping. A shipment that would cost, under ordinary circumstances, just over $1 million in natural gas supplies would increase to $5 million for that single shipment, largely based on shipping costs. And what that has meant is that the company has had to absorb those costs because we cannot pass those on to consumers. And that obviously has a challenging impact on the company's balance sheet, and therefore it affects the ability for companies then to further provide the kind of capitalization that I described earlier in our natural gas wells and our resources onshore. So there are those kinds of challenges that the company is facing. But I want to give an example of what you have described earlier in terms of those commercial partnerships. We have started with the MPC and at the level of the ministry, working through with the productive sectors, in particular the largest manufacturers, first of all, to see how we can have that transition to take place. The West Coast, for example, which is a major tourist belt, they are all onboarded onto the natural gas pipeline, so that is there. You have the largest pulls on your natural gas being entities like your dairy, your banks holdings, and so on. They are pulling heavily on the natural gas network, but there are a number of other major producers that are not on the pipeline. And so we have been engaging through the leadership of the MPC in bilateral consultations with each of those entities to see how we can, in fact, onboard them to use natural gas. And why is that important? You would have manufacturers. One manufacturer has said to me in a bilateral meeting, but Minister, is it possible that the government of Barbados would provide concessions for us for diesel? Because we use diesel to fire up our plant. Would we be able to say to you that the government would provide, would we be able to ask you for the government to provide concessions for diesel? And my answer to them is, I don't know that a country that is at this time navigating a net zero future for 2030 would want to go in that direction. What we can do is have a discussion with you about what your transition over to natural gas would look like. Cleaner, if not clean, forms of energy in the interim, lowering your costs, and that's something that would be more consistent with the philosophy of the government and the Barbados National Energy Policy. The final thing that I would say is that the MPC has also been doing the exact kind of work that you described in Eagle Hall and in that adjacent area in St. Philip, in support of the new hotel project in Sam Lord's Castle. And I'm going to ask the general manager of the MPC to speak specifically about that work and what the company is doing to onboard new commercial entities.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, Speaker, and members of Parliament. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, Speaker, members of Parliament. My name is Michelle Smith, and I'm the Acting General Manager of the National Petroleum Corporation. My minister spoke eloquently and to the point about the matters that are facing the MPC. I would want to say that MPC's intention is to try to onboard as many customers as possible, those both residential and commercial customers. At present, we are working on the installation of gas in the Sam Lord's Castle area, and we're using the opportunity to onboard a number of residential customers, over 122 at Councton, and continue to count members on the national grid, on the MPC's grid. Some of our challenges that we are currently facing, as the Minister indicated, with the matter of capitalization of the actual works. However, we are working with customers to verify, to let them understand the cost of gas compared to other sources of fuel, and the intention, therefore, is for us to, we've employed a business development officer to assist us in reaching out to the customers and potential customers to ensure that they understand the value of natural gas to their businesses. As Minister said, it's the cleaner source of fuel for members to use. I rest at this point.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Speaker, members of Parliament. My name is James Ram, the CEO of BNOCL. BNOCL recognizes the need to add natural gas to the grid. We recognize the fact that Barbados is moving to a cleaner environment, and natural gas being a bridging fuel, and also the cleaner of the fossil fuels, we know we need to add more. The challenge has been over the last couple of years, BNOCL brings in all the gasoline, 60,000 barrels a month, all the diesel, 45,000 barrels a month, and the fuel oil for Light and Power as well. The capitalization and the operation cost of the company is over $450 million. We need to maintain a certain working capital. The fact to add more natural gas to the grid, we've explored two different options. One, through drilling of new oil and gas wells at a minimal cost of $30 million, and also a secondary recovery project which will cost us at least $8 million. The overall cost of these projects, while is affordable, will of course tremendous strain to the company, while undergoing increasing cost of the fossils over last year. Last year, BNOCL's working capital moved from $37 million a month to over $86 million a month. And that places us in a position where we couldn't drill or we couldn't undergo any secondary recovery to add more natural gas to the grid. However, over the course of the next couple of months, BNOCL will be working with Heritage Fueling Company in Trinidad, who is currently doing a secondary recovery project, which looks to add more fossil fuels onto the network in Trinidad. And because of the similarity in our geological format, BNOCL will work with them to try to add more natural gas and more fuel to the communities in Barbados. So we look forward to at least incremental natural gas, whether it's in a significant format over the next 6 to 8 months. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Michael West. Honorable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I wanted to talk about was Sarmlers Castle and the expansion there. But I think that that was covered to some extent, and I may come back to it if I get another opportunity. Then I wanted to talk about the batteries and what is the program for the feed-in tariff. But again, my colleague from St. Michael West took that up, and I still am not sure of the process to be able to get to the feed-in tariff for batteries. But that is something I think that we need to be able to explore, because the vast majority of people in Barbados are looking to the batteries. And it didn't help when they got letters, people who wanted to do photovoltaic systems, stating that they had to show what storage, and so they would be able to get their photovoltaic systems put in. So I'm going to go completely in a different direction and ask about the offshore blocks, and ask what progress has the ministry made with respect to developing and doing the offshore blocks off of Barbados.
Thank you very much. This is again going to be a tag team, so I'm going to ask my PS to respond to the first part of your query, which you didn't actually ask. You said you were going to ask, and then you didn't ask, Honorable Member, which was specific about.
So you know that cannot come as a question then.
This is in relation to the letters issued to installers specifically, and how that affects the issue of storage. And then I'm going to ask the combination of Mr. Jamar White, our geologist in the ministry, who has been anchoring the work that we're doing on the offshore blocks. And then I will give some closing policy remarks.
Thank you, Minister. In terms of the correspondence from the utility company, the intention behind that correspondence was to alert potential developers that because of the issue of storage, which we acknowledge is a reality, that was a way of them being able to still advance their projects, which would include two things. One, that they would make provision for storage. And as you are aware, the legislation doesn't mandate that you must have storage and generation as a license. You can apply for one or the other, or both. But they were suggesting that if the company or the developers had the potential, the ability, that they could have followed up with storage, and that would allow them to advance their project, or they can also agree to some level of curtailment. And let me say that far back as 2 or 3 years ago, we had some developers who, along with their project, had an element of storage built into it. There wasn't a tariff, it's not based on a tariff for which they would be paid, but they felt that that was critical. So that was the intention of that letter, and we've had some discussions with the utility who also acknowledged that there was some sort of misunderstanding that comes by persons of the intent of that letter, and while it wasn't intended to be a letter saying that they could determine policy or determine how much, what, how or when storage, it was really a way of trying to facilitate persons who still felt that they wanted to go through with their project given the constraints of storage. All right? In terms of the feed-in, the question of feed-in tariff, as you also recall, the Cabinet in March or April last year approved the Barbados National Storage Policy, which provided for the way forward in terms of storage and spoke about the types of services that can be provided by storage. And that matter now is receiving the attention of the FTC. They are fairly advanced. I can't speak for them, but I know that they have a consultant on board, and as indicated by the CEO, they are working on a tariff. And we in the ministry, we are hoping, and based on what we've heard from them, that sometime in the future, not very far, that they will be in a position to offer a rate, then which will make it, at least people will know what is the type of returns they can make on investments. And as indicated, the FTC have indicated they are aware, very much so, of the need to strike that balance. I hope that addressed your question.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Thank you for your question, Honorable Minister. My name is Jamar White, Director of Natural Resources in the Ministry of Energy and Business. In relation to the offshore petroleum program, when I was here last, I mentioned that we issued licenses to an international oil and gas company called BHP in early 2020. Now, BHP was since acquired by another company called Woodside Energy, which is a large international oil and gas explorer. So the company has been conducting its offshore exploration work in Barbados over the last 3 years, and they've made some substantial progress that we are very encouraged about. So they completed a 2,600 square kilometer 3D seismic survey offshore Barbados in an effort to better understand what the prospectivity was. From what we are hearing, and we are awaiting the official notice from the company, but from what we're hearing from the company is that the results look very encouraging. Now, we are aware of the National Energy Policy, which speaks to the development of our offshore resources for export, and the studies indicate that we are very prospective for natural gas offshore because of where we're located, because of other tests and studies that have been done. And that fits in very well with our national energy policy, with natural gas being a transition fuel and a cleaner source of energy. Now, with that natural gas, we believe that we have a substantial resource that can help us to not only power the country, but provide resources for export in the future. So with that said, we had some good results also in the last year, where Woodside, they have an 8-year exploration license, which is subdivided into 3 phases, a mandatory first phase of 3 years, and then 2 subsequent optional phases, the second of 3 years and the third of 2 years. The company last year opted into the optional second phase for one of the blocks, which points very well to the prospectivity of the acreage. They also brought on board another experienced international oil and gas explorer in the form of Shell to work alongside them in exploring the offshore acreage. Based on what they do in the industry, Woodside Energy and Shell are 2 of the most experienced companies in exploring for gas in deep water acreage. So that also basically boosts our confidence in terms of the prospectivity of the offshore and the potential for gas resources. Of course, we produce oil onshore, so there's always the potential of oil being offshore. and we have to kind of gauge that and balance that against our ambitions for, in terms of the energy transition and producing low carbon barrels and having a minimum impact on the environment. So these are things that will be looked at as we move forward. Net zero does speak to a balance between your emissions and what you can remove or prevent from being emitted. So we'll work with the company to seek to better understand what would be the best option for us as we move forward in the future. So in terms of the prospectivity, it looks very good. We seem to be very prospective for natural gas. There's also an associated potential for oil as well. And with Shell coming on, we believe that we will have some encouraging signs as we move forward. Of course, along with the existing exploration, we believe that continuing our marketing efforts to bring in additional companies in the offshore will also be a good strategy for helping to develop the offshore. Hence, the launch or the announcement of the launch of the licensing round last year. Of course, as Minister mentioned, we took some time to make some critical amendments to the legislation. The regional environment is very competitive with our neighbors in Guyana and Suriname doing very well. Of course, Trinidad has been in the offshore for quite a long time. So we had to ensure that our legal and regulatory frameworks were top-notch and competitive in the regional context. So we took the time to address some of those concerns, and I think Minister will address the remaining policy considerations surrounding the amendments to the legislation. So I hope I was able to give you at least a comprehensive overview of what we're doing in respect of the offshore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Clearly, obviously, you can't have 2 or 3 of your neighbors having significant fines and you in the neighborhood and not have a likelihood to have something too. And I think that is clear and evident. In fact, some of the fines are on the border. So it's something that we have to be very clear of, and I thank you for your explanation. The second matter that I want to discuss, I noticed that there are now 2 cruise ships, I believe, that were launched that are powered by LNG, liquefied natural gas. And does the Ministry of Energy now see the opportunity for cruise ships being powered by liquefied natural gas as an opportunity for us to be able to expand our receiving facility at the Bridgetown port, and then by extension use that to be able to expand our grid for natural gas for the people of Barbados?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Interestingly, maybe 3 weeks ago, we had a joint meeting between the Ministry of Energy, BNOCL, and NPC, and the Barbados Port, Inc., to discuss that very opportunity. And it really was about looking at not just cruise ships, but one of the rationales, among the rationales that we looked at for the provision of cleaner forms of energy to ships was that we wanted to ensure that we were able to have a year-round supply and demand relationship with commercial partners. And so we wanted to ensure that we were working jointly with cargo and cruise ships to be able to supply and to receive fuels in one instance. The BNOCL has begun discussions, and I want to ask them to elaborate a little bit more on what that could look like. In some instances, it requires built infrastructure. In other instances, negotiations and discussions have already started on the provision of barges to receive fuel in the first instance. And then in terms of us supplying fuel for export, that is what you would recall, Honorable Minister, that this senior minister, that this is still the Ministry of Energy and Business. And so there has to always be a commercial orientation to how we treat the development of the sector on the energy side. And so what we've sought to do is to build a business model around the provision of bunkering services to cruise ships, which will allow us to then export those fuel products even when we're importing them, perhaps by barges. And so that work is ongoing now as we speak. We have the very first LNG vessel that is going to be here shortly, and work on that would have started over a year and a half ago, and that vessel will call Barbados home, as we know. And so the BNOCL has been engaging with the Bridgetown port and with the cruise lines directly to ensure that they are the partner of choice here in Barbados. And why do I say here in Barbados? When the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about Barbados being a southern transshipment hub and to be able to create that transatlantic hub here in Barbados, I think we also have to bear in mind that certainly from the perspective of cruise, on the one hand, St. Kitts is providing bunkering services by barges offshore, and cruise ships have the option, if they're home porting in St. Lucia, to also procure fuel products there. So we have to make sure that the business case we build around the ships here in Barbados is a competitive one. That's in the Southern Caribbean. In the Northern Caribbean, we know that Antigua and Barbuda, they're also building an LNG facility in their port. And so what we're doing is rationalizing how Barbados can position itself, not just in the first instance to receive more ships, but to provide more energy services to those ships when they come to Barbados. But I'm going to ask the CEO of the BNOCL, Mr. James Brown, to elaborate in detail on what those things have been.
Thank you, Minister. Like I said before, BNOCL has been supplying most of the energy supplies onshore in the form of gasoline, diesel, fuel oil. And we've had several discussions over the last couple of months with Carnival with regards to how are they going to address the greening of their facilities as well. We spoke about liquid fuels as well. And early this year, Carnival approached us and asked a question about LNG. Now, we provide LNG in the form of ISO containers since 2015. And we were the first country in the Western Hemisphere to facilitate the regasification facility. Actually, in 2016, we were on CNBC as the first country to do that. Now, with regards to fueling ships, and this is truck-to-ship facilities, I mean, it's a simple thing, just as it's just as complicated as to offboard a ISO container. It is just as simple as do it to a ship. The thing is, the codes and standards are more highlighted because you're in the port. We had discussions with Carnival, and they said that they do want this first ship that's reached our land to be fueled by LNG. Now, this will be the first activity of sort in the Western Hemisphere. And Carnival did give us a short period of time, and the team at BNOCL, in conjunction with NPC, are well experienced in this space. I mean, we have to ramp up in a quick time frame, but we believe that we should be able to facilitate the fuel of ships to fuel LNG to the ships. Long-term perspective of that, yes, the LNG cost is merely in logistics and also mass. The volumes that Barbados imports are very small. The other countries have been able to reduce their costs through the incremental through utility utilization. We haven't gone there yet, but hopefully we can reduce our costs through economies of scale and also reducing the logistical costs. So the long-term objective is being reviewed and analyzed, but in the short term, over the next couple of weeks, we would like to be able to be the first country in this space to have truck-to-ship fuel and LNG.
So I tried to sneak in a part 2 of my question, but y'all didn't seem to pick it up. And I asked how that affects the grid expansion. So I'm now going to have to ask it as a formal question, because, as I said, the LNG gives you an opportunity now, by virtue of being, once you can get that opportunity going with being able to fuel ships, it means that you will be able to buy more LNG. So by virtue of buying more LNG, that means that you will be able to do something on pricing, or will give you a commercial opportunity so that you can then use that bounty from the commercial opportunity of selling LNG to the ships to then give an expansion program for the rest of Barbados. And I am first and foremost the member for Christchurch West, and everything else falls from that. So I need to know, what expansion programs do you have in the works to be able to expand the grid of natural gas going to consumers? Now, I recognize that you're doing a mains replacement program. I recognize that. In fact, I also recognize that the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance is assisting you because you're not having to reinstate the places where they're doing their roads. So you're getting an additional bounty from that. So therefore, are you then going to have an opportunity to use these bounties to be able to expand the grid in other places where constituents all over Barbados are asking for natural gas to be able to come to their homes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm going to ask the General Manager for NPC to answer that question, which I think we expected to be asked by any number of members in this chamber.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me again state that the MPC intends to provide as much gas as possible to as many customers as possible on the network. You made a very valid point in respect of the agencies working together to reduce inefficiencies and to save costs where there's possible, to make sure that any installation or the upgrade of the utility services are maximized at the particular point in time. The MPC has a strategy in place, or we are working on our strategy to conclude it, I should say, in respect of how we're going to do our installations accordingly. As you would have heard said by BNOCL, the cost of LNG is very high, and the MPC's commitments to not only expansion, but also to make sure it honors its commitments to BNOCL to reduce their costs, to ensure that we pay them the amounts due to them. But the intention of the MPC, sir, is to ensure that wherever possible, we facilitate the capitalization of the expansion. At last check, it was $20 million, sir, to expand in 20 areas. And so we recognize that there is a need for us to have a strategy in place to ensure that the monies available are available to do the expansion and not to be reallocated elsewhere to cover costs that come on the NPC based on the cost of the product we currently import. I trust that answers your question, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, and your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member for Christchurch West. Honorable Member for St. James Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am, Mr. Chairman, mindful of the fact that I still carry the oversight responsibility for this sector. And so therefore, I do not want to be asking questions which throw the message of the Ministry of Energy into a state of confusion. So therefore, I'm going to ask you to bear with me, sir, while I go over certain things that have been said in this House, because I want to be absolutely certain that that which is communicated has been communicated with pellucidity and absolute clarity. I want to begin, first of all, by complimenting your team, Minister, because your sector plays host to the highest concentration of solar photovoltaics to be found anywhere in the Caribbean and anywhere in the hemisphere outside of the of North America, Canada and United States of America. It is equally true to say that your sector plays host to the highest concentration of electronic buses, which are to be found in the Caribbean. And when the tongues of critics wag, very often the successes are not the stories that are told. We live in a very transformative age, and there is a tremendous fluidity in the developments. We came to this place in 2019 and we laid a national energy policy. That energy policy passed both houses of Parliament, and it saw biomass, photovoltaics, solar photovoltaics, wind energy as being the concentration of the effort. It would be true to say that today there are applications which you all are being asked to look at which go beyond, sorry, wind was also part of that. And it would be true to say that there are applications today which go beyond that and actually start to take into consideration the question of hydrogen. That was not to be found anywhere in the national energy policy. I made that point to emphasize the fluidity of the time we live in. Mention was made earlier of an integrated, an IRRP, the Integrated Resource Resiliency Plan. And that too is but a snapshot in time. Study is done anticipating the needs of this economy
at the moment in time when the study was done. Obviously, changes in the rate of growth and the scale of demand, etc., will have implications for the plan and its delivery. And I say all of that to come to the point about the use of nascent technologies. Mention was made, for example, of flow batteries. I want for you to be able to portray to the country an element of certainty in policy. And as you know, Minister, certainty in public policy is absolutely necessary. The nascency of the flow batteries, they are not yet commercially proven. 3 to 4 years, they may actually become commercially proven. That would take us to 2027. But that time doesn't necessarily work well with the fact that we have an investment requirement that is immediate. In addition to that, we have a 2030 target that is set with respect to certain commercial projections and revenue anticipated levels of revenue associated with it. So the question therefore becomes, how does an investor or a potential investor, having heard all that they heard today, now feel about the issue with respect to feeder lines in Barbados? It has been said that there are 54 feeder lines and that there are only 7 or 8 that have reached a state of concern in terms of their capacity. The question then is, so that we can give certainty to the investor out there, where are their challenges on those 7 or 8 feeder lines? And what is the level of capacity existing in the other feeder lines, so that a person who is saying that he or she wants to have an investment of $1 million, $2 million, or even more in the energy sector in Barbados is able to say, these are the geographical areas that I feel that I would be inclined now to look at, and these are the areas where it will be ill-advised. And that is the reason why it began the way it began, Mr. Chairman, because as the minister with oversight to responsibility of the productive sector, this is about engaging with the people of Barbados and potential investors from outside so as to ensure that this country has foreign exchange options. And I am concerned when I hear things said that might smear the opportunities which we are trying to create for those people and for this country. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senior Minister. Let me start perhaps by saying that the Barbados National Energy Policy as at 2019 and the Integrated Resource and Resiliency Plan as at 2021 are all rightfully, as described by the Honorable Senior Minister, being overtaken by time and transformation in technology and research and development. And it is on that basis that we as a ministry have begun to engage with the United Nations Special Envoy for Energy to begin to look at what the updating of those instruments need to be. And so we are working with an entity called Sea4All, and so it is not an energy audit at all. What it is that it looks at what has transpired since 2019 in the energy space in terms of policy making and what is being required for a country that has a 7-year window through to its target in 2030, and then what the IIRP, although it was just done in 2021, now needs to consider. Because as we mentioned, there is an energy mix, and on the basis of the energy mix, the different types of energy that we were speaking to in 2019, transformation has taken place in the technology and in the industry overall, and so Barbados has to be able to keep pace so that there is absolutely at a policy level a certainty of policy as articulated and codified in updated documents. That work is going to commence. I believe our kickoff meeting takes place on the 6th of March, and so we will be engaging. What we started to do, Mr. Chairman, was internal to the ministry. We reviewed what was being submitted by the UN Special Envoy for Energy and her team. We then shared what was being proposed with all of the industry stakeholders, including those in the private sector, so that we were then able not just to have an updated plan, but what investment is going to be necessary to overlay that plan. The country that they just completed, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, was Nigeria, a major oil producing economy. They just completed work on reviewing over the course of 8 months or so what Nigeria's energy transition needed to look like. Now, Nigeria has a transition target of 2060. And so they are rationalizing that it will take close to $110 billion, $160 billion to be precise, to be able to facilitate the transition that Nigeria envisages in terms of investment. So we now want to be able for Barbados to look at what sectors, subsectors, mixes for both energy and storage, and what future technologies may be available or that were not available at the time of its conceptualization, and what level of investment will be necessary for that to actually be operationalized. That work has begun in the preparatory work, that is, and we are about to kick it off on the 6th of March. We met with the UN team in January this year. That was our first meeting with the team, and so our first in-person meeting with the team, and so we expect that work to be completed over the course of 4 months, because we don't have a lot of time to wait for that to take place over any extended period of time. That brings me then to the question of what feeders are full, because we have created an existing framework as at 2021 in its latest incarnation with the IIRP. We are now updating 2019 and 2021 instruments in 2023, which would suggest typically when you do a plan, action plan, strategic plan, visioning plan, it takes 10 years, 20 years. In this sector, because it's so fast moving, we haven't even been able to wait, in the case of the IIRP, for more than 2 years before we are already doing the updates from policy. And what the industry has said, because we have kept them walking side by side, hand in glove with us every step of the way, what the industry has said is, listen, if the government tells us that the transition time for X to Y is going to be in a year, then our end of life, and in the case of one business, they said to us, our major infrastructure in our plant, our major equipment in our plant has an end of life of approximately 2 years. If the government has certainty of policy, the certainty of policy of which the honorable member just spoke, we can make the investment to have that transition done within that time frame, so that we're able to move from diesel-powered equipment to LNG-powered equipment, or even other forms of energy. And so we're doing that work at the individual business level so that we're able to map what the investments need to be. Now, in terms of the feeders, one of the conversations that we have had with the utility has been just that. We need to map Barbados. We needed them to map Barbados and to be able to say, these are the feeders that are experiencing challenges because we are close to capacity, and to encourage investment in other areas where the feeders are not in any way close to what the capacity is. And I'll give you an example. Anytime we're in a zone of around 5,000 kilowatts or so, we're in dangerous space. And I want to ask Mr. William Hines, to speak about what these feeders look like, but we get a monthly update of what is installed, what is licensed but uninstalled, where no license is required and then uninstalled, and what the totals would be. So we have the feeders. I can look at them here in front of me, but I'm going to ask a technical official to go through the details, and then I will come back. Mr. William Hines.
Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, thanks for having the opportunity to answer that question. Before I tell you what the feeders look like, let me just, in layman's term, explain what they are. For the average person that looks up on the network of wires that transmit electricity, we just see a network of wires, sometimes some bigger, some smaller, some higher, some lower. For the utility, this network of wires is grouped into wires that offer services to certain areas. Utility has grouped these network of wires into 54 areas where they are covered. So they are called feeders. So each feeder has a name that represents a geographical area where the electricity is supplied. Prior to a few years ago, the electricity was going one way, but now with renewable energy, the electricity is going two ways. It's supplying electricity along the feeder, and it's picking up electricity from those areas. As the minister says, that we get information from the utility on a monthly basis, and we have an idea of what the feeders carry. Basically, the utility has the feeders in terms of capacity carrying in 3 areas: what is already installed, what is committed to, and the total. So for the 1st of January 2023, we can say that in terms of actual installed, connected to the utility, there is only one feeder, and that is the Green Hill feeder, that exceeds the 5,000 kilowatts of actual capacity that physics would allow it to carry. Having said that, based on the updated information, there are a few more feeders that have both the installed and the committed there. So those feeders are the Arch Hall feeder, I mentioned the Green Hill feeder, also the Newton feeder, and finally the Sam Lord's Castle feeder. The Sam Lord's Castle feeder basically does not exceed the capacity. It is actually a small amount, about 2,700, but they already have a commitment in terms of those licenses. So basically, the information on the feeder changes, and in some cases it increases, and in other cases, the amount of people that have committed, there may be some persons who are no longer committed or their license has expired and therefore it's dropped down. So I can say based on the January the 1st, 2023 report from the Barbados Light and Power Company, there are those 4 feeders that currently exceed the 5,000 kilowatts. Thank you.
If I can perhaps use the data that is from the Barbados Light and Power submitted as of February 1, 2023, what we can say is that I'll start first by outlining the feeders that are at their highest capacity. The feeders at their highest capacity of both installed as well as prospective, because it is licensed but not yet installed on the grid. We have Arch Hall, which is pretty high in terms of almost reaching capacity. We have Newton, also in that same category. Sam Lord's is actually in excess already of its current capacity. And then we have 3 additional feeders that are nearing capacity at Seawell, Sunbury, and Wildy, respectively. So those are the feeders that are already, let me go over that again. Arch Hall is already over its designated capacity. Same thing with Newton, same with Sam Lord's, and we have Seawell, Sunbury, and Wildy nearing capacity. Those are the ones that we would want to avoid. All of the others we have below capacity.
Thank you, Minister. So therefore, you have a situation in which you have about 48 of 54 feeder lines where there is capacity for investors to do that which they would wish to do. And that is the clarity of purpose that I wanted to bring to this discussion. Very closely annexed to that is the question, or aligned to that rather, is the question of the just transition which you referred to in your opening statement. Because even as we say to the country from this place that there are 48 feeders in Barbados where you have nothing to worry about, the truth of the matter is that we want for Barbadians to be part of the investment process along the lines of the average householder in Barbados, the average Barbadian. That is the just transition that I presume that you're talking about. The just transition, in my judgment, must also speak to the relationship that I would wish to imagine you have with the financial houses that must back the investor financially, because they too must have clarity and certainty, and the state-owned enterprises who are very burdened. We inherited a government where, for example, the Water Authority, the National Housing Corporation, the Transport Board, and many of our state-owned enterprises carried heavy debts. And one way of taking the debt off of the back of the cost of operation off of the back of the state-owned enterprise, which is essentially taking it off of the back of the people of Barbados, is for them to be put in a position where they can generate their own electricity and sell into the grid, and therefore be in a position where they are receiving income and offsetting some of the cost of operation. That is the policy of the government. What I would want you to do is to be able to elaborate a little bit on your relationship with, insofar as this aspect of the business is concerned, with the financial houses, and any policy comments you might wish to make with regard to the state-owned enterprises. And last but not least, any policy comment you might wish to make with respect to that one part of the energy mix that you have not yet spoken to, and that is wind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me start first by speaking about the just transition. Now, when you look at the principles of the just transition, which in some instances make it very clear that if we were, say, for example, in a different country, if we were not in Barbados and we were in another country where you were producing, let's say, coal, I use that as an example. There are many people who would have been working in that sector, who would have been engaged in coal mining, for example, for whom a transition has to be necessary, because it's fine for us to say at a policy level that we are transitioning into cleaner forms of energy, but simultaneously the people, the real people who are working every day in that industry, still have to be accommodated so that their lives and livelihoods remain central to government policy. And we have done that, and we've seen that happening with the transition of industries like sugar, where we retooled and we retrained skills in order to position the people for new jobs and the future of jobs. And equally so in the energy space, we are now looking to ensure that Barbados can transition away from the traditional oil and gas, the dirty forms of fuel, the fossil fuels, and that our people have an opportunity not only to transition into new jobs and to new skills, but that we are able to create new opportunities for skills development. A few weeks ago, we saw a model that was being done by an institution based in Scotland, in Aberdeen, Scotland. And they were able to begin looking with us at the energy mix. And on the basis of the energy mix, they were rationalizing the jobs of the future that would be necessary to help to drive an economy. And this was one of the things that I said earlier today in my opening remarks at the Storage Forum. Under my ministry, it is my intention to begin the mapping of Barbados's future education sector as it relates to energy in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, so that we are able to say our energy mix, our storage mix, our transitioning is premised also on people and not just on technology, and that these are the skills that are going to be required for our energy future. These are the areas of training that are going to be prioritized for us to produce new workers, new graduates, and with it, new industries as well, so that people remain centered and that it is fair to all concerned when we transition from one form to another. Now, I'm going to ask PS to speak about the role of commercial state-owned enterprises and our SOEs, because that has been a critical component of our policy decision as well, and there's actually been a paper that was done on that. But I'm going to close my initial comments by responding to the query on wind. We already have one wind project that has been approved onshore at Lamberts, and over the course of the last 2 weeks, We have completed signature of the agreements between the Barbados Light and Power Company and the International Financial Corporation of the World Bank to begin the process of data sharing. The National Petroleum Corporation is working alongside the entities to be able to begin the wind study work and to put the infrastructure in place, and that has already started. We completed over the course of just the last 2 weeks meetings with the Inter-American Development Bank, who are also going to be partnering with the government of Barbados. And why? We want to make sure that in the same way that we have gone so far along the journey with PV, and in fact, I don't want to contradict the honorable member, but Barbados is not that country in the hemisphere that has installed the highest level of capacity in PV. Barbados is the second highest country in the world that has a density of PV penetration. I believe we are surpassed globally only by Australia. That is what our technicians have been proud to be able to say. So there has been a lot of work done on this small island developing state in the area of PV. And so it is our intention to now move to expand our PV network, but also to deal with other forms of energy, including wind, which we accept may not be as intermittent in the same way as our solar PV industry may be. And the final comment there would be that we are hoping to be able to collaborate also with an entity out of Scotland to be able to expand what we do in particular with offshore wind, as well as, you know, Scotland has an expansive network of offshore wind farms. And so we are going to be working collaboratively with those who have done this before, done it well, and brought the people into their conversations. And we are going to be doing that with both on and offshore wind. Yes?
Thank you, Minister. As you correctly said, the ministry have worked on the paper to ensure that the local sector, this energy sector, is locally owned by and large. Unlike the fossil fuel sector, which is owned by internationals, and at one stage we had a share in the utility company, we have done a paper which, based on the last budget that was presented by the Honorable Prime Minister, speaks to the energy sector, this renewable energy sector, 40 to 50% being owned by locals and state-owned enterprises. Recently, we met with the Barbados Agriculture Management Company, and that one of their planks to keeping that sector alive is using renewable energy to help them to help develop their businesses, and we have some discussion with them. We've also had that paper where we are making carve-outs for the state-owned enterprises, the Transport Board, the QEH, the third sector, as well as local at the average Barbadian. So this policy and what we're working on, the plan is to ensure, and that was supported by a policy, a cabinet decision that said that at least 30% of all investment in the sector must be owned by local companies of Barbadians. So that is really the plan, that at the end of the day, this sector will be owned close to 40 to 50% by local companies and local individuals. We recognize that Barbadians alone, we don't have the capacity to do it ourselves, so we're not saying that we're ignoring that there's going to be international involvement, but we don't want the sector to develop like the fossil fuel sector, which is owned by internationals. So that is the plan in place, and that is what we're working at this stage. I also want to raise the point that, you know, sometimes when I hear about the energy sector, sometimes I get the impression that people believe that we are saying that we're going to transition today. It is a policy that says to 2019 to 2030. And I just want to bring some context to say that currently we have at least 85 megawatts on the grid. And that is moving from maybe one or two a few years ago. Let me just also say that this financial year so far, starting April 1, as I speak, over 215 megawatts of licenses were approved. So that's 215 plus the 85. So, and we still have another couple hundred applications still under active consideration. So the sector is taking off, and we believe that there is opportunities. One of the things we have to look at really though, in truth, is that we are talking about the energy mix. And yes, the mix spoke about wind, it spoke about biomass, and it spoke about solar. But so far, the uptake on solar is far exceed our expectation. Is something that we may have to look at when we do a review. But let me just say, and just in concluding that, yes, there's still opportunities in the sector though for wind. And as the minister correctly said, there's plans, and we are working now with the IFC, and the cabinet agreed that they will act as transaction advisors to the government of Barbados to develop the Lamberts project, which initially there was plans to have a 10-megawatt wind farm there. And based on what we're discussing with the IFC and based on what the cabinet agreed, there's the possibility, if the capacity can be held there, that there'll be a 50-megawatt plant down there. And that is something which, as the minister just indicated, active work is started, and we expect that this should be something that can be a reality within a 2-year period. And finally, they're also looking at the offshore sector in terms of wind. We are also, as indicated by the minister, she visited Scotland earlier this year, Nicole, and they had discussion with the Scottish government to see how they can help us, because they are leaders in the offshore sector in terms of the offshore wind. And there is also work in train to develop offshore wind in Barbados. Let me say that that is a much longer horizon, but it is within the time frame that we have. So there's a plan, we have certain projections, and we are expecting that, all things being equal, that is one of the projects that we believe come around 2030 that can, can take off. So let me just say that these are all activities, and all of them are guided by the fact that we expect that there will be local participation, both at the institutional level, but also at the level of the individual.
And just to close, Senior Minister, to say that the kickoff meetings for Barbados Wind will be taking place during March 6th to 7th of this year. So it is not something that we're talking about, but we're actively progressing as we go forward over the coming weeks.
Thank you very much, PS and Minister. Let me say to you that I continue to be inspired by the dedication and fervor that you both show in bringing leadership to this very important and transformative sector. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have to conclude. We have to conclude at this time, and Honorable Minister, you may give your wrap-up.
I beg to move that we suspend this sitting and that you report to His Honor the Speaker progress. And ask Steve to sit again.
The question is that I do the report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Member St. Joseph.
Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend today's sitting until Wednesday morning at 10.
question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until Wednesday, the first day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until Wednesday, the first day of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.